Are you excited? We're back for another night. Are you excited? I'm excited. I'm excited for another night of this. This is going to be a journey. This is going to be a journey. And I know a bunch of people are watching good drama content. Enjoy your drama content. Not really my thing. So we are streaming tonight, and we are continuing from where we left off far too late in the night last night. And I'm hoping to be able to finish the second half of this video tonight, which would be great. So we'll do what we can. That's really about it. I'm just going to kind of dive in unless anyone's got a thing. We'll see. But we'll start heading into doing stuff. Envy. I'm excited. I felt like I learned something last two. Well, here's hoping you learn something tonight too. As people have been writing me, apparently there's like a side effect because I get really angry in my weird way. And I kind of just overdose on explaining. Apparently it helps quite a bit. So, yeah. No, Ms. Dixer, no. Juicy? They're really stupid. Like it was a lot more of that making a statement and then reading the thing that literally was the opposite of it over and over and over and over. Saying a lot of really extraordinary comments like D&G purely want to go against religion. It's just weird stuff that sort of, I don't know, it was just shit wall to wall. It was just shit. So we'll dive in. We'll keep going. I'm glad to have a few of you back. We'll keep going. I'm sure more people will join. But for now, we'll continue right where we left off. Wow. Let's do it.
Look and go down this path, but we also have to understand that these forms of behavior and this encoding gives us the causal grounding for fascism.
Capitalism encodes information. So they kind of think when we talk about coding or decoding that what's happening to Sorry, this is a tough one for me to get out. What's happening with desire is that desire is having information attached to it and coded as if it's encrypted, right? And that there's decoding of information so it can be understood, so it's not secret anymore. I don't even know how to start with that. I don't actually even know how to start with that. So that's when they say coding or decoding, this is what they're referring to.
This lacking that we want to produce to make up the whole for, whether that be in religion, whether that be in capitalism. And instead, we have to uproot ourselves from cause and tradition and instead look towards the opposite path. Perhaps things are the inverse. Perhaps they're the and hence the title of the book, the Anti-Oedipus, the anti-Oedipal drive. What if the world wasn't encoded the way in that it is? And instead, we must be looking towards the intangible, the immaterial, the things that are not necessarily grounded and encoded in a way that would force us to explain things in the traditional causal logic assignment meaning way of understanding the world around us.
That's all just absolute nonsense. It's not related to anything in the book. I can't even respond to it. I don't even know how to respond to it because it's not even close. It's not even, I don't even find a resonance with anything in the book with that.
Which again is the basis for the Western understanding of the world.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why it's more of a toolkit than a utopian vision of it. It
is definitely not a utopian vision. AO is less a toolkit. Thousand Plateaus is the toolkit. AO, at one point, one of these guys said that Anti-Oedipus is kind of like schematics. Should have stuck with that one.
There's another part here that I love that really outwardly states what we're talking about, page 38 on my side. It can be said that the schizophrenic passes from one code to the other, that he deliberately scrambles all the codes by quickly shifting from one to the other according to the questions asked him, never giving the same explanation from one day to the next, never invoking the same genealogy, never recording the same event in the same way. When he is more or less forced into it and not in a touchy mood, he may even accept the banal Oedipal code so long as he can stuff it full of all the disjunctions that the code was designed to eliminate. If you've ever had the pleasure of speaking to someone who has schizophrenia, I've done that a couple of times in the past. Sometimes it can be very jarring, but especially for the more eloquent ones, and not the ones that are overcome by paranoia, because it's, you know, you can be a paranoid schizophrenic where you start believing that your upstairs neighbor is tapping a message down to you. But if you can ever
They don't know about anything about mental health. They're using the term colloquially at best.
engage with a schizophrenic, you will see you feed them information, and you can see in real time how they build a very cogent response, but otherwise incoherent. Like, they'll use your words, and you'll watch them kind of rework it in their minds, and it has no relation to what they just said, but there's like a purity of the moment. But it's not like they're blubbering idiots. They can take care of themselves. They could even defend themselves if necessary, but it's just this other thing. And this is where the psychoanalysis comes in, because I think they looked at just a schizophrenic and said, this could be society. Like, I was always laughing.
No, you were doing well for a moment there. So let's take what you said, and I'm just going to use your language on the off chance you watch this or someone else. So we'll use his language. The way he's talking about this is that when you are speaking to someone who's mentally non-normative, has in this generalized autism or anything that sort of breaks down the nature of language. He's talking about schizophrenia, we'll go with it. You talk to someone who's in this position, you'll notice they're able to still put things together. There is a scrambling of codes, as they're talking about here, but he's able to constantly move and able to constantly sort of shuck and jive as things go without ever actually reaching back towards a single point. He's right. This is what they're referring to. But their point is not, well, this is what society should be, but instead, hey, that's how all of us work. We just don't scramble them in that way. It's the same process. What's their process? What's the schizophrenic process for the creation of their language and how they talk? What's the setup for how they do this? Let's look at that, which is what they do, and then we run with it. We say, hey, we notice the guy who screams that he's Jesus or whatever, he doesn't really seem to really believe that he's Jesus. It's much more that he's stating that he's Jesus. And you'll notice he's using language Jesus wouldn't use, but the way he's coming about for saying words, what he's doing is he's kind of feeling and then selecting the words that match that. But he's not doing it in a way that matches any social norms. It's just the best he can do. The scrambling. We do that too. This is how we do it. Now, how do we select words? It's more complicated. In particular, as they talk about it here, there's a banal Oedipalizing code that is sort of played at here. That eliminates inclusive disjunction, that eliminates potentials that we take advantage of, that we say very simply, oh yes, no, I'm a man, I'm a white, I am an American, without understanding or even caring about why we say that or how we say that. And the schizophrenic gives us opportunity to contextualize and understand that process. That's what they're saying. And there's not three parts, Poor Man Chemist. It's we didn't finish last night because I just stopped. It was a lot. So we're continuing. Ms. Dixer, would you call ATP a toolkit? Yes, absolutely. It's a space to work with, apply, develop, share, shift. Well, sure. But the concepts within it are meant to be tools to utilize and play with in a lot of different ways, to tinker with effectively. Think of ATP as more the bricolage of their work where you have things. You can jump in and read a section, jump around and read different parts against each other. It's very much written in that form. AO is particular. It's written as much more of an anthropological text that's meant to be taken in order and sort of speak to the blueprint of desire. I'd like to say that Anti-Oedipus is like the logic of a libido, and ATP is the toolkit for those items. That makes sense. Not sure it makes sense, but I hope it makes sense.
Thing at Futurists, where I read the Futurist Manifesto by Marinetti many years ago, and the entire manifesto, which is fairly short, was built upon him riding in a really fast train one day and describing how cool it felt to go fast on a really fast train, and just me laughing, him looking at the window going, is this politics? You know, so that looking at like a babbling schizophrenic, like, yeah, this.
We are using toolkit a bit differently. You haven't seen my toolkit. It's a nightmare of shit piled in. So it makes more sense, I guess, if you know me. A lot of people have organized toolkits. It's not that kind of thing. So yeah, I think we're using it the same way.
This is sex. This is everything, right? But, you know, and trying to build the schizophrenic into something that I really just don't think it is. And maybe that's not being charitable enough to the ideas. But, you know, sometimes when you talk to schizophrenics, you don't get the sense that they're just pure enlightened individuals. Sometimes they are. Sometimes they look like you see a lot of pain in their eyes. Sometimes you look at they're not just these star children descended to, you know, interpret society in a sensible way. Sometimes it just sucks being schizophrenic.
Sometimes it sucks being not schizophrenic.
Does that make any sense?
Yeah, on one hand, you certainly see that for them, the schizophrenic is more than perhaps what society would assign it to, which is why I think they go straight for that definition, or straight.
Girls, why are you and PS streaming at the same time? We're forcing you to pick between father and father. Because it's evening and this is when I can, and that's when he can. Welcome to the limit of having 24 hours in a day and also having people who sleep.
Straight for that sort of title is that, you know, we have to understand that, paranoia, being schizophrenic, these are determinate conditions. These are assigned things from society. And in fact, that we have to embrace them. We have to look at them more.
Nope. That's not what any of those words mean. If he's saying these are determinate conditions, I don't even know what he thinks that means. He sees that they said that social production is desiring production under determinate conditions. But he mistakes what that means. Schizophrenia is not a determinate condition. That's a determined condition. It's determined by social coding or axiomatization, by the social space. This is not a determinate condition. It's an element of a social machine downstream from desire. It's a different beast entirely. To call it a determinate condition is not accurate in any way. Okay, that's going to be just someone who goes away. That was weird. But we'll continue.
More. And like you said, that we have this schizophrenic German judge at the beginning, which sort of becomes the model. We can use his experience to look around the world, and we can bypass Jung, we can bypass molecular biology, and instead we're going to try and understand the world in a way that is not just based around the world and the terms around it, which again, reality kind of kicks in. You're like, well, I don't know how far you can really run with this. I think this is where you kind of into the problem we had with like the mapping of metaphor with like the spine and history. But I think
they don't use metaphor,
at least with respects to this, and what Deleuze and Guattari are doing and what they expand upon in 1,000 Plateaus is that they at least can bypass and provide a deeper meaning than just a one-off metaphor, because they'll go much deeper and they'll try and respond and counter to what they would call Freudianism. In fact, we have to liquidate that. We have to look towards a much different model, a schizoparanoiac mode of reasoning.
You know, Prude, I'm once again reminded of the Joker. But there's this idea that one of the writers had a long time ago in one of the graphic novels that it was like one of the Arkham profiles, and it said, the Joker exhibits not insanity, but form of super sanity, where he reinvents himself every day. And this was a really clever way, I thought, for the writers to write themselves around the fact that the Joker as a character changes over the years. Like in the past, he's kind of like a merry prankster, and then he becomes just a rapist serial killer later. So it's a way for them to say, oh, that's all the same Joker. And he's just not insane, but he kind of reinvents himself to a very chaotic world. And it's a commentary on the world. Yeah. But that's kind of what this is here, that the schizophrenic, because they do think that more people should be schizophrenic. But it's interesting
they
that
don't.
it says
At all.
They say early on, and we said it on the beginning of the stream, that this society produces schizophrenics like it produces any other product.
Correct.
And I'm not sure that even makes sense. Like,
well,
because
again, you're very, very stupid. The reality of how people are created, everyone is produced. We are produced by the material conditions in the world we are within. I know you believe in sort of this sort of tautological soul of silliness, where your parents made you and your genetics determined who you're going to be. But this is not how anything works. Instead, it's a combination of everything. In fact, it's just a totality of becoming that's constantly happening, in which the genetics, the environment, the world we're in, the social structures, the way mom and dad talk to us, the way family talks to us, the way people talk to us, the way that we eat, what we eat, all these things determine how we grow in the moment, continue the process. So as such, all of us are produced by society. The idea that a schizophrenic, and by the way, this is the popular conception, that someone who's mentally ill has a fault internal to them, that it's their fault, is not only anathema to any semblance of good mental health in any way, but it'd be like saying that people who get COVID and die, or people who die from any disease, it's their fault for not having a strong enough immune system. Which, by the way, if you didn't see that during COVID, you'll start to see that more and more over the next few years. This is one of those RFK garbage things. The idea that people don't have a strong enough immune system, it's internal to them. Everything is brought back to the individual, the onus on us, me, myself. And that's what he's getting at, that, oh, it's not true that the schizophrenic's produced. Yes, it is. Everyone's produced. And the thing that is terrifying in capitalism is that capitalism produces all of us to be neurotic in some capacities, schizophrenic, autistic, whatever it is, to play in this abstracted game where we're basically trying to divine rules and axiomatics via the sets of reality that we are experiencing. And many of us can do it. Happy day. But it's with edges. But there are people who find that they can't, or are doing it too much, or do it way too much. The people who are able to stay within society and be at the cutting edge of things versus the people who make their way all the way to the end and break through and become the schizophrenic of the asylum. They do not want us to do this. They don't advocate for this in any capacity. But absolutely, it's produced. It always has been. It always will be. It's just a silly way to think of it. Why do reactionaries always come back to the Joker? Well, it's a shame, because the idea of evil basically is what the Joker sits for them. There's this, I used to watch this show Millennium. It's one of my favorites. Frank Black, main character, is made by Chris Carter. It was a follow-on from the X-Files, kind of a spin-off series. And there's this one scene where Frank, the main character, who can kind of enter into the minds of these violent, evil people. The guy who's with him, he instead, he sees his son and all the victims' faces. And he says, I just can't help it, Frank. I keep putting myself in their heads. And he goes, no, stop it. You're not doing that. You're putting them in your head. And that tends to be what we're seeing when we talk about evil with anyone who's reactionary, conservative, or fascist. This is what they think of. They're not necessarily trying to enter anyone else's head. They're not trying to have empathy or place themselves in conditions they possibly can't understand. Instead, everyone is being put into conditions that they fully understand, which is their own. Everyone's being turned into this solipsistic response to their world. And so when they see the Joker, who is this chaotic, unknowable thing, they love this idea because it's an evil that can't be known. It's an evil that can't be defined. You talk to anyone about Thanos, they'll have empathy for Thanos because they agree with Thanos. You'll hear this of these villains who like do evil things, but they have a soul, they have a heart. They'll always pull that in because they can understand that themselves. The Joker they like because he's just evil. This is the way that they work. It's a horrifying reality. They're kind of all awful. Sorry to say.
State of humanity, we would all be schizophrenic anyway, in a sense. We would have like that seems to be the truer state of man. So, but to say that this society in its fallen state produces more schizophrenics, I'm not even sure that logically tracks.
That's not
like what do you think about that? Or am I just reading this wrong?
I think you have to view it very specifically within the confines of what they're defining themselves against. So, for instance, if you were to go to page 314 in my book, I don't know what it is.
All the way to chapter 4 now.
Yours. It's in the chapter about psychoanalysis and capitalism, which is the introduction to schizoanalysis chapter. And I think that it's pretty important to sort of look at.
For those who joined slightly late, I'm absolutely out of my mind watching this because they just went from page 8, which is the first section of the book, the very first section, 8 pages in, to 315 pages in, which is almost the end of the book. And this is what they've been doing the whole time. They don't have again, they did not read critically, so they don't understand the process that the book goes through or what it does or how it does it. And they're just happy to sort of jump around. They're happy to.
What they consider it to be, which in this case is going to be specifically from the, they say, oh, psychoanalysis is from the couch, and this is when things really kind of kick in. And it's that schizoanalysis is the opposite of this. So in fact, they say, quote, there are only resistances, then machines, desiring machines. Oedipus is a resistance. If we have been able to speak on the intrinsically perverted nature of psychoanalysis, this is due to the fact that perversion in general is the artificial reterritorialization of the flows of desire, whose machines, on the contrary, are indices of deterritorialized production. The psychoanalyst...
Well, as I did last night, let's fucking do this. So, once you get to chapter 4 is an introduction to schizoanalysis. Schizoanalysis is intended to be an alternative to psychoanalysis. Psyche and analytical thinking. Psychoanalysis is very much about the traditional psyche in terms of how Freud saw it. If he got to name it, that's how it works. They want to create a schizoanalysis, which is very similar in general conception of the place it may hold within a social order, working with people, trying to help improve them. Again, these are not people who are saying like, fuck all analysts, don't ever work with people who are mentally ill. They did beforehand and they did after. Guattari especially did after. Instead, what they're trying to do is give hey, by the way that the psychoanalyst operates is by taking your money, holding you on a couch, breaking you off from the entire world inside of a closed room with a clock ticking that you pay for, and asking you about mommy and daddy. This analyst directs you, tells you what everything means. This model doesn't work. Instead, schizoanalysis needs to be something that we go down. So for them, they open up this paragraph by saying, that is why, inversely, schizoanalysis must devote itself with all its strength to the necessary destructions. Destructions here being working within yourself, within others, within the analyst or the analyst, working with them to understand what are, as they say, destroying beliefs and representations, theatrical scenes. When engaged in this task, no activity will be too malevolent. You must destroy all of them, causing Oedipus and castration to explode, brutally intervening each time the subject strikes up the song of myth or intones tragic lines, carrying him back to the factory. You do this. All of us do this. When we hit the edge of things that are comfort, when we hit the edge of certainty, we find ways to justify a little bit of regression, a little bit of return, a little bit of the old way things are done, a little bit of the old narrative. Well, ultimately, I just think I'm an honest man, and that's what matters. The fuck does that mean? You're doing it. You're doing it. You're walking back to the factory. Charlot, who's a character in Proust, I want to say Swan's Way. Maybe it's Olive in Search of Lost Time. No, Swan's Way. Charlot's line here that they say, Charlot says, "A lot we care about your grandmother, you little shit." It doesn't matter. That's the line that they have. It doesn't matter who your grandmother was. It doesn't matter what lineage you think you come. We don't give a fuck about these weird threads that somehow have meaning to you. We want to talk about the things that are actually working in your life. To continue, Oedipus and castration are no more than reactional formations, resistances, blockages, and armorings whose destruction can't come fast enough. They're very excited to take on these reactionist formations, these narratives. The goal of schizoanalysis is the destruction of these grand narratives that cause paranoia, neuroses, and breakdowns of you. Then we start getting to the point they're talking about. Reich intuits a fundamental principle of schizoanalysis when he says that the destruction of resistances must not wait upon the discovery of the material. Don't wait to find the thing. Begin breaking it before it's found. They go through how to do this. Obviously, it's not like a small thing, but this is the idea for them. They want to start breaking the idea of, well, my dad and I don't give a fuck about your dad and I. Why? Let's talk about things that are happening to you. Hey, look at this stuff. Let's talk about how you react to it. Where are your emotions? What are you feeling? Let's break it down differently. Let's talk about why you use the words you do, not the words themselves. Then to continue. But the reason for this is more radical than even Reich thought. There is no unconscious material. Schizoanalysis has nothing to interpret. This is, by the way, the next sentence is where they started. So the sentence right before this is where they lay out plainly what they've been saying the whole time. There is no unconscious material. The unconscious is a series of interrupted and other processes that at best are connecting or disconnecting, but there is no stage being set. There is no symbols dancing around inside of our minds, inside of our unconscious. You experience it preconsciously. We'll get to that. But the unconscious doesn't have material, not like Freud talks about, where all of those little memories are like really written. Oh, look, it's just because you had this fight with your father and you've never let it go. Really? Is that in my unconscious? No, that's in memory, emotional, affective elements. But there is no stuff there. To continue with where they wrote, there are only resistances and then machines, desiring machines. Resistance is the thing. Oedipus is a resistance. If we have been able to speak of the intrinsically perverted nature of psychoanalysis, this is due to the fact that perversion in general is the artificial deterritorialization of the flux of desire, whose machines, on the contrary, are indices of deterritorialized production. We can start looking at and figuring out how machines are producing inside of the machinic unconscious. We can look at resistances and these machines. We can look at the stories, the complexes, the Oedipal resistances. If we can speak, as they say, if we've been able to speak of the intrinsically perverted nature of psychoanalysis, it's because perversion is the artificial reterritorialization of the flux of desire. The way that we invert the world or find a justification or an attraction, a perversion in the traditional sense, it can be sexual as well. Massock and goddamn, it's Massock and goddamn, my brain's not working. God damn it, someone help me there. Doesn't matter. The way perversion operates, as they sort of go into, just as a thing, we went over it, I think, recently in even Sunday's stream. Perversion operates because we're trying to ultimately cover up and reterritorialize things that we've experienced. We're trying to find ways to bring them into these stories. Perversion gives us a window into where that came about. This is a big deal. The psychoanalyst reterritorializes on the couch in a representation of Oedipus and castration. But schizoanalysis, on the contrary, must disengage this deterritorialized flux, the molecular elements of desiring production. This is the big deal for them, is pulling back, not having it on a couch where we reterritorialize and even reinforce your father, your mother, this is what they want, blah, blah, reinforcing that parental structure, but instead talking to you about what is going on in your life, and maybe even out and about, maybe even walking around as a group, even not even alone. Completely different ways of talking about how we react to the world and begin feeling where the repression is within us, with where the resistances operate and where we're actually able to find power. This is what this paragraph is about. I didn't even finish it. That's how off this fucking reading is, and why it's fucked up he started where he did, because it's right in the middle of the point. Just beyond frustrating.
Reterritorializes on the couch and the representation of Oedipus and castration. Schizoanalysis, on the contrary, must disengage the deterritorialized flows of desire, then the molecular elements laid down by Leclerc. Molecular elements of desiring production. We should again call to mind the practical rule laid down by Leclerc following Lacan, the rule of the right to nonsense, as well as to the absence of a link. You will not have reached the ultimate and irreducible terms of the unconscious so long as you find or restore a link between two elements. But how then can one see this in the extreme dispersion, machines dispersed in every machine, nothing more than pure fiction that must give away to reality as defined by lack, with Oedipus and castration back at the gallop, and at the same time one reduces the absence of a link to a signifier of absence, charged with representing the absence, linking this with absence.
He's just reading it with zero care at all for what he's reading. It's just incredible. He's not reading these words. He's not grasping them at all.
Itself, and with us moving back and forth from one pole of displacement to another. One falls back into the molder hole while claiming to unmask the real. What complicates everything is that there is this indeed a necessity for desiring production to be induced from representation, to be discovered through lines of escape. But this is true in a way altogether different from what psychoanalysis believes it to be. The decoded flows of desire form the free energy, libido, of desiring machines. The desiring machine takes form and trains their sights on a tangent of deterritorialization that traverses along the representative spheres, that runs along the body without organs, leaving, escaping, but while causing more escapes. The desiring machines themselves are the flow schizzes, or the break flows that break the flow and at the same time on the body without organs, not the gaping wound represented in castration and psychoanalysis, with a myriad of little connections, disjunctions, and conjunctions.
I can't even tell what he's doing at this point. Like, there's so many things said in this, there's no way he's pulling a single point from this.
By which every machine produces a flow in relation to one another that breaks it, and breaks a flow that another produces. And to break that down, what we're getting at here is that Deleuze and Guattari are saying that instead it must be destructive. We must look at the fact that schizoanalysis, capitalism, fascism, forms of oppression, all things that are brought onto us from parents to the intrinsic desire for us to seek the comfort of like-minded beings and souls. All of this and says we in fact shouldn't have to care about these connections. Why should we care about your grandmother? Why should we care about what the foreman wants you to do on company time? Instead, we must be creating a system that deterritorializes ourselves from these very specific conditions which assign meaning. And once meaning is assigned, you are now a decoded, reterritorialized being to serve, and that your desire for production is based off the...
A decoded, reterritorialized being would imply that you are reterritorialized. Like, Jesus Christ.
Oedipal complex, and we must reject that. And instead, we must be going down to break down all things with respects to representation. We must find off territoriality that allows us to embrace what we once were, that is no longer encoded. And this is why the body without organs gets described rhizomatically, because much like in the way that a
body without organs is not described rhizomatically. That's just not a thing that happens. So, it's not rhizomatic at all.
mushroom will grow its mycelium and tendrils out into the ground and the things that are dead, building off these dead encodings. Things are now reterritorialized to break down further bonds. This is why you see it in what I was just reading, leaving, escaping, but while causing more escapes. These are the things that break the flow of information, that are broken from the encoding of capitalist society. And
see, they think encoding and information, that you encode information into desire. Jesus Christ. And that decoding is like, you need to drink your Ovaltine.
we are no longer laying down on the psychoanalyst's chair, but we are instead disembodied, de-individuated, and are no longer caring about what they think is the assignment for how the world should operate.
That is not a thing that's fucking wild.
I just wanted to call attention to a comment here from Vingul. Guys, I'm having a bad night, so I'm thinking it's over. R.I.P. Western civilization. And the antidote to that, in my view, was what Prudentialist just read. Anytime you're feeling down and out about things being over or happening, go ahead and read some of this shit. Go ahead and read what...
Please do. Please do actually read it. Please, if you're feeling down and out and you are a reactionary, do read this. And try to actually read it. That would be awesome. Please do what he says. Absolutely do what he says. Absolutely do what he says.
Your opponents want to do to the world or think ought to be done. You know, it's easy to get twisted up in our...
You won't. None of you will, because you're stupid, and you know that, and you know that these people didn't really read this book. But it would be great if you actually did try to find out what us, your enemies, as he says, are trying to do to the world. Jesus Christ.
Our own, plans or projections on what's going to happen. But believe me, there's people out there that really, really believe in this stuff, that believe like everything you represent needs to be annihilated at a molecular level, and they think it's cool. And they do.
I mean, there probably are. There are a lot of crap people out there, but that's not this book.
Do it in the horniest way possible. And they can't do it without talking about dicks and butts the whole time too. That's what you're fighting against, people.
Icky.
Here comes Mike D. What is he? Oh no, he's talking about someone else, I think.
Icky poo poo. It's icky poo poo.
What are we reading? You don't want to know, brother.
It's okay. They're not adults. It's okay.
Just to keep on the path of schizophrenia.
Please do.
I wanted to, because he mentioned makes mention of schizophrenia plus autism plus neuroticism. I'm looking at page 46 here. The theory of schizophrenia.
That's what I was thinking of. Desaad. Thank you. Sadomasochism. Sado Desaad. Desaad's entire thing, he wrote an amazing piece on how perversion comes about. That actually, I think a lot of people have written about. Deleuze, guattari, also Klosowski speaks about it. Really good stuff. Foucault, a few others. Desaad's great to read. A wild motherfucker, but really interesting to read about how perversion forms. And it's understanding, again, perversion is not like these guys are stupid fucks. They probably think perversion means anything that's dirty, nasty. But perversion means it's the way that we sort of twist things and turn them into objects, fetishes, things of desire. And how that happens isn't just, oh, I have a foot fetish now. No, there's things that have happened that create this sort of flip inside of you, inside of the desire machines and how they operate. That's what they're getting at in that paragraph, that we can look at perversions and see through them and work with them to figure out what's underneath, because there is no actual language of the unconscious. There is no, oh, look at these things. Like, no. It's machinic, it's process, it's in process constantly.
Is formulated in terms of three concepts that constitute its trinary schema. So this is what schizophrenia is. So probably should have opened with this, but disassociation, autism, and space-time or being in the world. That's that idea we keep coming back to. The ego, however, is like daddy mommy. The schizo has long since ceased to believe in it. He is somewhere else, beyond or behind or below these problems, rather than immersed in them. There are those who will maintain that the schizo is incapable of uttering the word I. and that we must restore his ability to pronounce this hallowed word. And that's kind of what you were getting at with the that previous part about the role of the psychoanalyst is to impose the Oedipal model on the schizophrenia. I think this was you really
On
addressing my
anyone,
first
the
question,
neurotic and the
which
pervert too.
was, how is it that this corrupted society, this fallen state, can produce more schizophrenics than previously in history?
Because we exist in a place where the nuclear family creates rules and setups for us that aren't actually dealing with the material realities of our conditions. As a parent, you run into this a lot. How do you teach kids to do things or what they should do? Now, your parents, as your reactionaries, probably didn't do far from what most parents do, which is just tell you, because I said so, because that's the way it is, do it or else. Maybe slapped you around a little bit, maybe grounded you, punished you, whatever. But you learned very early on to do what mom and dad said. Probably dad more often than mom, thanks to the belt or whatever threat that dad had. This thing that is then created inside of you is, well, I do it because dad said so. And this is very early on. This happens before you're actually making memories. So have fun with that. The thing that happens, though, is those prohibitions, those rules aren't actually matching anything that a person is experiencing. They're just things that mom and dad said, words, effectively. They have no real relevance. They do to you, again, you're reactionary. You don't understand how the world works. But when we actually get out into the world and we start seeing that justice doesn't happen, or, oh no, everyone's loud at night. Dad said everyone should be getting to bed early. Dad said that people aren't supposed to be naughty and dirty and sexy and talk about buttholes. Like, this kind of stuff is, again, baby brain people that reactionaries are. This is this response. But here's the question. What do you do? Well, a lot of people keep doing it and they continue it. Not everyone. A lot of people question it. They begin looking for, well, what are the material realities of my life? What myself and a lot of people on the universalist left sort of do. We go, oh, well, they're humans. Everyone's a human and blah, blah. We start talking about material realities, conditions of people. We study. But there's also people who can't quite process those rules. Those things start breaking. They start sort of being unable to vocalize or understand or put things together because the rules don't make sense. None of them do at all. They're tossed out for us to sort of sort desire and sort experience into very, very specific camps of things, right? So the ability for us to know, should I do X? Well, dad said this, but a great example. Well, dad said I'm not supposed to drive downtown. Yeah, but your friend really needs to be picked up, and dad said always to be a friend and be there for your friends. If your friend needs to be picked up, what do you do? Which rule of dad's do you break? It's a very simple example. It's one I think a lot of people generally can empathize with in some capacity. These things are everything. Dad said that boys don't wear makeup. Boys don't wear nail polish. Boys don't fuck boys. Only homos and F words are in drama. Only smart kids or boys do well in debate. Sports are for boys. Girls need to learn to be pretty. These just enjoy all of that and the multitude of them that all of us get all the time as we're kids. People don't necessarily all react the same to it, and they don't all internalize them the same. And they may begin seeing those rules differently. They may begin seeing what it means to be the wife of God, as Schreber did, to give birth to God's children out his asshole, to do these, to experience life in this way, because all he can do is vocalize the feelings he has, the emotive, affective response to the world and the intensities of it. He vocalizes and he speaks the words he knows that match it. And they don't match the rules we know and the world we know and how things actually work. But they do it anyway. You'll see it with children and you see it with schizophrenics. It's not for different reasons. So it's incredibly easy. This is stupid bullshit. Is this dad from the 1950s? No. Dude. I hate to break it to you. Into the 2000s, I would say even to now, but I don't have like proof of such things. There are studies on this, though, into the 2000s. The joke about beating your kids when they do bad. I mean, it carries through to today, but it was incredibly common to say all of those things through the 90s. And I say that as a kid, grew up in the 90s, in a white, fairly conservative religious suburb. Like, this is what everyone did. A pastor, I was in drama. I was a lead in school plays, met a pastor, a very lovely man, who asked if I was a homosexual, straight up, because I was a lead in drama. Just straight up asked me if I was a homosexual. That's the word he used. And it blew me away. That shit is like, what the fuck? And I didn't even know the guy, but he's a pastor, asked me. Teachers do this all the time. This happened all the time. This is normal. Wow, you have a girlfriend? I thought you were gay. Just like that shit happened all the time in the 90s. Guarantee you it still happens in way more places than you want to admit or understand in America. America's fucked up this way. Very fucked up this way. Ms. Dixer, all my gay friends from my military days have these types of fathers. Big surprise. Your straight friends too, by the way. A lot of people have these fathers.
And let's just say that it is. The role of psychiatry is to imprison those schizophrenics, which is to say that I think the argument he's making is that there would be more schizophrenics now if not for psychiatry and psychoanalysis. There would.
See, this is the opposite of literally the entire argument of the book. The argument of the book is that the nature of the repressive space in which capitalism utilizes psychoanalysis and familialism in order to drive repression is what creates the schizophrenic as clinical entity. It's what breaks people completely. It is what shatters all of us. It is the repressive thing that creates this. We didn't have psychoanalysis, we would not have, or capitalism or the family, I guess, we wouldn't have, schizophrenia would be obviously different. Oh God. I don't even know. The answer is no.
Would be more people naturally employing schizoanalysis if we weren't psychoanalyzing ourselves all the time. And maybe there's something to that. That's an interesting idea. I don't.
King Heroes. I got lucky. My father texted me images of Native Americans with middle fingers telling white illegal immigrants go home on Thanksgiving. Give your dad a hug for me.
I don't hate that idea. That if we remove this tendency, even on our side, to psychoanalyze ourselves, everyone would be talking like they write a fucking Substack. And just continue on here. All of which the schizo sums up by saying, they're fucking me over again. Even Freud never went beyond this narrow and limited conception of the ego. And what prevented him from doing so was his own tripatriate formula, the Oedipal, neurotic one, daddy, mommy, me. The great discovery of psychoanalysis was that the production of desire, of the productions of the unconscious. But once Oedipus entered the picture, this discovery was soon buried beneath a new brand of idealism. A classical theater was substituted for the unconscious as a factory. Representation was.
And again, just to point out, we just went back to page 23. We're now in section 1.4, materialist psychiatry. Because they don't. Could you imagine, like, hey, I'm going to go through Spinoza's The Ethics. And just kind of skip around. God damn it.
Was substituted for the units of production and unconscious. And that's sort of an interesting idea he gets to as well, which is that psychoanalysis just almost made like a puppet theater of what's going on in your mind. It is, and
Yes.
that's a criticism that I think people on our side of the political spectrum often give towards psychoanalysis. Like, I've got friends who
I hope if they hate Jordan Peterson too, then I can grant them this. But this is very much a conservative psychoanalytic position or psychiatric position, that the theater inside of the mind is playing out and that we are the result. This is the interactions of those things. I
agree with. They're correct when they say that psychoanalysis and Freud and all of the psychoanalysis, really, they gave just different words to ideas that were understood centuries, if not even millennia before.
That's not true at all. They don't say that also. So it's again, very stupid way to look at this. The idea of libido or libidinal energy, sexualized energy, is an abstraction of desire. Now, desire itself, you can actually trace back. I tend to do it to Spinoza. I did in one of my videos, I traced back, and you can see it through Darwin. You can all the way through. But the abstraction of this thing, particularly, is unique to what Freud did. And he did it in the same way that Marx abstracted labor as a concept and began using that in its way alongside Ricardo or Smith. Abstractions were a thing that really developed in the 17 and 1800s. These things were then given as tools for us to reevaluate and view the world, libido specifically. But that ain't the only thing he gave us. He gave us a huge amount of understandings and ways to think about how the unconscious operates, the difference between the unconscious, the preconscious, and the conscious, how repression works. There's a whole bunch of stuff Freud did, and it's not just simply that Freud showed up and gave names to things that were already there. That's not how any of these concepts work. It's a really terrible understanding of Freud, which is, again, if you don't have a decent understanding of Freud, AO is going to be trouble. I mean, obviously, listen to these fools.
Or they gave us the word unconscious. However, the concept of an unconscious realm existed in some form throughout further back in history. So I understand that completely. However, so I like the idea that what they're saying is psychoanalysis, there's something going on in your mind, and what they've done is given words and faces and masks and characters to it and made a little fucking puppet show to distract you from what's actually going on.
No.
And I think
wow.
I think I agree
Jesus.
with that. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I would agree.
I think he means the Jews. Big Aaron says, why are these people incapable of defining or describing anything without injecting their own politics? It seems like literally everything is framed that way. Well, as I've said in the last two streams, and I'll restate it, they're deeply incurious, unserious people. If a reactionary, rightist, hardline rightoid, Trumpist, fucking MAGA fuck, who is actually intellectually honest with himself, were to read AO, at no point would they necessarily equate their movement with the fascism that is happening inside of what they're talking about. Parts of it, perhaps. But these guys, again, are openly racist, so they're aware that that type of fascism is them, so fuck them anyway. But there are people in the MAGA movement, I believe, who aren't outwardly racist or aware of their racism or how it sits. If they were to do that, they would look at this and go, yeah, wait, why do the Democrats, who were absolutely trying to elect someone who was going to increase taxes and fuck us over and screw over everything and increase inflation, blah, blah, all that stuff that they ostensibly believe, and I agree with some of it on, Democrats are shit. That thing, they would see a lot of this in the Democrats, and it would be a wonderful lens for them to begin looking at it that way. There's a reason you don't run into that, because none of them are intellectually honest. That's it. That's just it. Ms. Dixer says, by far the worst part about getting into AO, slowly going through Freud's complete works on the side. Yeah, it's one of the tough parts about the readings we do for Anti-Oedipus. Because I sit there and I go, hey, I'm about to explain a Freud thing, but don't listen too hard, because I'm immediately afterwards, I'm going to explain why it sucks. So it's like, I'm going to teach you what you need to learn, and then you're going to have to unlearn it, is really weird. And it's tough. But it's, again, that's the nature of the book.
Agree actually wholeheartedly with that take. And in fact, I think that this is one of those rare instances where you can talk to some, like, for instance, I have some friends that I like to talk to from the These People Are Sick podcast. And I mean, like, they're very much crypto, although not very big on the crypto aspect. I think they're more openly kind of commie, tanky kind of folks, but they're willing to acknowledge of what psychoanalysts do, and that they're actually touching based on things that are much older forms about what's in the mind versus what's in our tangible physical reality, and that they're trying to ascribe a narrative and to make sense of why
terrible
the concept of like the normal mind isn't working in this specific person, or why they're operating the way that they do, or why they're insecure.
Just to once again reference the Batman, one of my favorite lines from The Dark Knight was said by Harvey Dent, who is really the unsung hero of that entire film. It's easy to get lost in that film, but when he just said, they expected us to be decent men in indecent times. And I always thought about that as...
For me, I'm reminded of Bane. Right?
As I was reading this, I really don't think about Batman that much. It just became a fucking riff for this episode. But, you know, the idea that we would all be schizophrenic.
Hey, right there. Let me do it. Schizoanalysis moment. Hey, I usually don't think of Batman that much. I don't think of Batman that much. You do. You actively do. Now, why do you have the narrative that you don't? You clearly do. You've proven that you do. Actively you do. Why do you have the narrative that you don't? Maybe we should interrogate that. Can we talk about why you don't believe you should, or why you have that emotional response to that, almost as if you have a shame around referring to Batman? I do think it's childish and stupid and that you should grow up. Is that why? Is it because people like me will judge you for being childish and stupid when you say constantly that you refer things back to Batman while reading one of the more complex pieces of philosophical theory written in the last 50 to 100 years that multiple people consider a seminal work of it? And you refer to comic books? Do you feel embarrassed? I understand why. I would as well. That embarrassment, it wells in you. It becomes resentment, as Nietzsche would say. And then you respond. This would be a thing to interrogate. Understand about how this is working. This is the process of schizoanalysis.
We, in this 21st century, if not for this, I think that's the nugget of an idea I really extracted from this. I think people, you can maybe forget a lot of the stuff in this, or, understand it, but put it to the side. But I do think there's something to that. And I think it takes a psychoanalysis to really take apart psychiatry, like not just dismiss it out of hand, like some people do, like, that's all bullshit, but really understand why it's bullshit. I think these did as good a...
Sergey says adult men take Star Wars seriously. Oh, I know. I am very, very aware.
Job as any, or like even when Thomas Zaz, who was the one of the lead psychoanalysts in America, did The Therapeutic State, among other books. Like, it took a guy who was like that top of his game to say, like, no, this is ruining America. And he was saying that in the fucking 50s.
It's funny that you reference the Joker as often as you have, with respects to Batman. But I think that,
but he doesn't think about it very often. I mean, again, these repetitive, habitual, non-narrative moments where you have the narrative step in, this is the moments that it's meant to... Schizoanalysis as a thing is meant to start giving you tools and giving an analyst tools to begin noticing these narrative steps and these emotional responses to the world that these guys, very much, by the way, these guys are like aroused by repression. So I'm not really thinking a lot is going to be fixed there. But the idea of it is where you are repressed in various ways, neurotically, parasocially, socially. We're all fucked up because we have these little blockers and these things built in, and we've written over them with stories or rules or other things. And understanding that and being able to break it down is incredibly important.
To get our references here, when we look at psychoanalysis versus schizoanalysis, you also get the comparison for, I guess, the chief figure of their time, or a popular character, that of Charlie Chaplin. So, they reference Schreiber again. But they say psychoanalysis settles on the imaginary and structural representation representatives of reterritorialization, while schizoanalysis follows the machinic indices of deterritorialization. The opposition still holds between the neurotic on the couch as the ultimate sterile land, the last exhausted colony, and the schizo out for a walk in a deterritorialized circuit. And they reference, of course, Charlie Chaplin. With respects to the famous short film Modern Times about being a worker in a factory, you know. So when Charlie makes the board fall a second time on his head, a psychotic gesture, he provokes the spectator's laughter. Yes, but what laughter is this, and what spectator? For example, the question no longer applies at all at this point in the film.
You didn't have to say short film. Why would you say short film? It's not. It's a 90 fucking minute movie. It's a fucking movie. Modern Times is a movie. It's a movie. Why would you say short film? Why would you add that as if, like, one, it shows you're incredibly ignorant, but it's kind of, again, appealing to outwardly this embarrassment of not knowing it. Oh yes, the famous short film that's 90 minutes long, like every other film. Good job. Good job.
Of knowing whether the spectator must see an accident coming or be surprised by it. It is though the spectator at that very moment were no longer in his seat, were no longer in a position to observe things. A kind of perceptive gymnastics has led him progressively not to identify with the character of Modern Times, but to experience so directly the resistance of the events that he accompanies this character. He has the same surprises, the same premonitions, the same habits as he, and thus that famous eating machine, in which, in a sense, by its excesses, is foreign to the film. Chaplin had invented it 22 years before the film, is merely the formal, absolute exercises that prepares for the conduct, also psychotic, of the worker trapped in the machine with only his upside-down head sticking out, and who has Chaplin feed him his lunch since it is lunchtime. If laughter is the reaction that takes certain circuits, it can be said that Charlie Chaplin, as the film sequences unfold, progressively displaces the reactions, causes them to recede level by level, until the moment when the spectator is no longer the master of his own circuits, and tends to spontaneously take either a shorter path, which is not passable, or barred.
This is to just read through this incredibly complex piece about Modern Times is magic. Pete says, 90 minutes seems short to me. You grew up on 2-hour TV movies or 90-minute films. Pete. Clever joke. I like it. Took me a second.
And very explicitly posted elsewhere, and having suppressed as the spectator, Charlie Chaplin perverts the laughter, which comes to be like so many short circuits of a disconnected piece of machinery. And so, one, he's calling out the literally me moment. He's like, listen, man, you're schizo if you're identifying with this literally me, because you're disembodying yourself. You're now becoming disconnected. You have broken the relationship between the viewer and the spectator. You now identify with him. You're now part of this world, and now that you are expecting it, because you yourself are no longer on the sterile couch of psychoanalysis. You're no longer on the sterile, well, they're not really sterile, let's not kid ourselves. You're no longer on the not so sterile movie theater seat. The
psychiatrist casting couch, if you will.
The casting couch with the girlfriend where you cut the hole in the popcorn box. I know what you're doing with the extra butter. So with that, you've now become, on this very small scale, broken these, traditional relationships between viewer and the film and the actor. And instead, what you've now done is become drawn to it and are now a part of a wireless system in which you sort of, psychologically transpose yourself on there, but you're no longer physically rooted. There's no longer those traditional connections. It's been short-circuited.
I got a couple of comments here. I just wanted to call out Vingul said they should all be put on an airplane and flown into an island in the Pacific. They should analyze each other, but they should leave us alone, says Werner Herzog. EL comments, Werner Herzog finding a way to endorse the mustache man with that quote. I
I
want to
can't
keep
even.
going with schizoanalysis a bit more. I'm looking at a page 315 here. This is a pretty big.
So the section in AO that goes over this, that goes over modern times, is far more. I can't do it here. It's 3 pages, 4 pages straight of it, going into some really complex analysis on the final moments of the film, what happened throughout it, how it worked, how Chaplin did his thing, how he danced about. It's really sort of tough to sort of even know how they, because they've clearly never seen the film and they have no idea what they're referring to. I'm not even sure I can top line it sufficiently because it is incredibly it's so complicated. Let me think for a second. So this part of Anti-Oedipus is the introduction to schizoanalysis. As I said, they've kind of talked about that. I've gone over it a couple times. It's about juxtaposing psychoanalysis with schizoanalysis. They say right before this part that psychoanalysis is a settlement on imaginary and structural representations, and schizoanalysis is about following machinic indices. This is what they're going at with Chaplin. Modern Times is kind of it's a brilliant film in how it makes the audience part of the ongoing joke. But it's an old film, and I get that. Let's talk instead about Uncut Gems. Uncut Gems is not a movie where you identify with Adam Sandler's character. I love this film, by the way. Uncut Gems is a movie that's effectively about momentum and the constant movement of someone trying to parlay and make it into bigger things, even though they've failed and maybe they succeed. But it's about the mechanization of that. Now, on the surface, you can talk about the, wow, why is he doing that? He's taking a lot of chances. Oh, he's a risk taker. Like, you can name it. And I've seen people have this conversation about the film where they talk about it that way. Or you can do what other people have done with the film, which is talk about the literal trades and the values of each one and how it happened and the social pressures that caused him to loan it when he did to the superstar that he did, the piece. I'm trying not to spoil the film. That caused him to hawk X, Y, or Z, or the moments that literally happened and how they mechanistically came about. There's a difference in how we talk about these things, and there's a difference in how a film brings it about. Charlie Chaplin's film is far more brazen about how it deals with the mechanistic parts of the film versus the ideality or the concepts, the imaginary side of it. He goes really hard in the physical comedy, into the overt, hey, I am part of the gears of the world. That's the idea. Except he literally becomes parts of the gears of the world. Like, literally, he's in the gears. There's a scene where he's in the fucking gears. Like, he doesn't want to have conversations about these grand ideas, but instead, he's really making it about these moments and the thrust throughout it. And they didn't read the last bit. I want to kind of read it because it's about the last moment of the film. It's a question of like how people see it. A lot of people see it as like a happy ending. I'm not that. The leading character, played by Chaplin, has to be neither active nor passive, consenting nor subordinate, since he is the pencil point that traces the design and he is the stroke itself. This is why the final image of the film is without optimism. I'm going to, I know Modern Times is on here. We're going to look at the last moment. Boop-a-doo, boop, 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 boop-a-doo. No, I want there it is. That is unnecessarily loud. So, yep, here's the eating machine, or insane. And it goes faster and faster. Chaplin was a master of this shit. The machine starts breaking, because they always do. We'll start with the soup again. And they go again. and they want to keep showing it off, and it's making everything just keeps getting worse and worse and worse. And he's just the worker there. He's the person at the center of it. God, he was great. Just the sheer absolute physicality of how he moved was incredible. Come on. Nope, that's not going to work. Here. None. To go back to that review that they're quoting in Anti-Oedipus. This is why the final image is without optimism. One does not see what optimism would be doing at the conclusion of this statement. This man, this woman, seen from the back, all black, whose shadows are not projected by any sun. I really like, one sec. There you go. Final ending, all that fun stuff. Advance towards nothing. The wireless telegraph poles run along the left side of the road. The barren trees dot the right side. They do not meet at the horizon. Is that set up? They do not meet at the horizon. It's not us walking off into the sunset romantic endings. None of those things. The bald hills facing the spectator only form a line that merges with the void hanging over them. Anyone can see this man and woman are no longer alive. They're not dead. They're not alive. There's no pessimism here. What happened had to happen. They did not kill each other. They were not brought down by the police. It will not be necessary to go by looking by alibi of an accident. Charles Chaplin did not dwell on this. He went quickly as usual. He traced his finished design. This is the way that he was making his critique. These characters, when we say not alive, we don't mean that they died at the end of the film and it's like some fucking M. Night Shyamalan shit. It's none of that crap. Instead, they aren't living out into the world. We watch, in modern times, we watch both of them become destroyed by the machinery of modern times. That's what the fucking movie's about. And so as he makes his way through, and at the end, he's like, we'll do just fine. We'll make it. Which is, if there's ever a rallying cry for people within our system, I'm not sure there's a better one or a more common one. And this is from fucking almost 100 years ago, maybe more than 100 years ago. When I need to look that up. I should know when Modern Times actually came out. That's embarrassing on my part. Yeah, it's 90 years ago, just shy of 90 years ago. We'll make it. Don't worry. We'll make it. And then, no, they're on the run again. They're trying to get away from the police and from trying to make it and all that. And they aren't walking to a hopeful future. They're just walking to the next set of gears. This is Chaplin's point. This was his design. This was the film. This is their point. Sorry for this sort of digression, but it's a really great film, and it's worth going over. Collective journey. Romantic love is the only semblance of meaning in modern times that itself is capitalized on. Is that the point? I mean, to me, it's everything has been mechanized and turned into nothing until ultimately they are turned into machines themselves who are just onto the next thing. They are moving. They're the gears looking for the next gear at the very end. That's how I've always taken it. It's how they take it. I've read a lot of people who sort of agree in that that's the take. Chaplin himself commented on it lightly, but again, death of the author and all that.
Big segment, but it gathers together a few ideas here. It says, the schizoanalytic argument is simple. Desire is a machine, a synthesis of machines, a machinic arrangement, desiring machines. The order of desire is the order of production. All production is at once desiring production and social production. We therefore reproach psychoanalysis for having stifled this order of production, for having shunted it into representation. And that's the sort of the yin and the yang of this right now. There's the desiring machine that's pure, then there's the representation that kind of falls back over it. That sort of is like the last step of it being corrupted by Oedipus. Far from showing
That's
the
true.
boldness of psychoanalysis, this idea of unconscious representation marks from the outset its bankruptcy or its abnegation, an unconscious that no longer produces but is content to believe. The unconscious believes in Oedipus. It believes in castration, in the law. Thus, the link between representation belief and the family is not accidental. It is of the essence of representation to be a familial representation, but production is not thereby suppressed. It continues to rumble, to throb beneath a representative agency that suffocates it, and that in return can make resonate to the breaking point. The production couple, the desiring machines, and the social field gives way to a representative couple out of an entirely different nature, family myth. Why was the mythic and tragic representation accorded such a senseless privilege? Why were expressive forms and a whole theater installed where there were fields, workshops, factories, units for production? The psychoanalysis parks his circus in the dumbfounded unconscious, a real P.T. Barnum in the fields and in the factories. Psychoanalysis does treat myth and tragedy, but it treats them as the...
Just skipped like 2 paragraphs, maybe 3. That's fucking... It's unbelievable that these guys do this.
dreams and the fantasies of private man, homo familia. And in fact, dream and fantasy are to myth and tragedy as private property and public property. What acts in myth and tragedy at the level of objective elements is therefore reappropriated and raised to a higher level by psychoanalysis and as an unconscious dimension of subjective representation, myth as humanity's dream. And I like that because to me it was just a fusion of the psychoanalytic and then the mythological and the economic all in one burst. And so what do you think about that statement?
Yeah.
Okay. He just read a lot in a row. He skipped 2 paragraphs and then he skipped 6 pages. Just in that little bit, is a lot, but he just skipped around, just connecting whatever he felt like. And then it's like, I'm not sure how you could possibly consider that to be anything but a bad faith reading or a bad faith review when you're literally just leaving out entire sections and acting like they're straight through when you read them. Like, what the fuck are you doing, man? You're on right there. This page he's on right there is page 296. He finished on page 304. So he didn't read 8 pages there for you, by the way.
I think that it dives into what psychoanalysts are trying to do, which you had mentioned it earlier, and I think it was from one of the comments in chat, that this is attempting to apply narrative to the subconscious. This is trying to apply narrative to what we feel and what we think. And they expand on this quite clearly, that psychoanalysis is trying to break down the understanding of the, and they mentioned this in the chapter earlier, like this is the Greek amphitheater of the mind. This is the Hellenistic Western expression of the world. And in fact, the dreams and fantasies of private man are now the myth and tragedies of society writ large. This is why, and you see this being applied even in other forms of media, like in the episode.
This is absolutely just fucking awful. Collective journey, I'm thinking of getting into Deleuze guattari. Is Cambridge Companion a good starting point? I'm thinking of going over difference and repetition after that as a first pass. So I like to say, so first off, D&G really are only 3 books, and otherwise they've got a lot of separate stuff. The books together are the more complex ones for all of them. AO, all the way to What is Philosophy, are not digestible up front. They're not where I recommend people start. So if you're looking, it depends on interest. If you're into like the psychoanalytic, psychiatric side of things, guattari is your guy. If it's philosophy and the philosophy of identity and difference, Deleuze is your dude. Now, where to start with this is kind of to look over the oeuvre of both and find one that catches your eye that's ideally shorter so you can make sure you make your way through. It's my recommendation. There's a lot of fantastic. Empiricism and Subjectivity is excellent. If you're familiar with Kant, Nietzsche, or Spinoza, his books that are short on all three of those is wonderful. If you're guattari, I tend to recommend like Three Ecologies. Chaosophy is good as an after read. Three Ecologies is solid. He's more difficult. You have to have a decent background in in psychoanalytic thought. If you're wanting to get into DNR, I highly recommend having a background in Kant. I think it's necessary, flatly, like in a big fucking way. And it doesn't hurt to have a background in a handful of other thinkers that sort of touch into this stuff. But yeah, it tends to be how I think of it. But the philosophy side, touch into Deleuze's book on Nietzsche, Kant, or Spinoza and start there and then work your way out. And also join the Quarantine Collective Discord group. We literally just have like 5 to 10 readings a week of various Deleuze books and books in that sort of realm. We have an Empiricism and Subjectivity group, I think every Friday now, that I'm excited for. We have a few others. Join up. It's good times.
Episode about Lucky Strike in Mad Men, where that Peter, that balding Norwood piece of shit, is like, well, we'll just use the ladies' death wish analysts, and we'll use death wish as our way to like sell cigarettes. And Don Draper,
oh, fuck, I just have to
episode about Lucky Strike in Mad Men, where that Peter, that balding Norwood piece of shit, is like, well, we'll just use the ladies' death wish analysts, and we'll use death wish as our way to like sell cigarettes. And Don Draper's like, well, that's retarded. Don't do that. But like that's the interpretation, though. It's just that like these private desires, these private tragedies. So we want to reterritorialize it into death.
Okay, that's a bad. Like, how do you not even get the Mad Men section right? They're talking about the death drive in that, and Don Draper's dismissive of it. And by the way, it does work. When Bernays pitched the Lucky Strike Company on how to get women to smoke, there was a huge difficulty in it because, generally speaking, women didn't smoke publicly. It was seen as uncouth. It was a you might say overcoded by the despotic signifier as a new. Bernays, who sort of related to Freud's nephew. So maybe psychoanalysis has something to do with this. Bernays said, what we could do is the reality of the death drive and self-repression is the push against it. And if I were to do a thing where we did a big thing about women protesting the lack of women smoking in public and how brave women smoke in public and they smoke Lucky Strikes, we can score big. And it worked. So like, you can shit on it all you want. You're stupid, but you can shit on it all you want. The joke in Mad Men is how these methods were not seen as valuable at the time. It's just, what the fuck, dude? But when Bernays did this, it worked. And it worked so much that he began working for the U.S. fucking government to help do this stuff during World War I, where he put together the Committee on Public Information, which was a huge propaganda outfit that literally used these same tools in order to move things out. And then he did the Council on Public Relations following that, and did that for 50 years after the First World War. And absolutely like fucked with the world at large. Like, you need to read about Bernays. Again, talking out of your ass, not a good look. Not a good look. Not a good look. Propaganda is worth reading. There's for every Mad Men fan, Dark Josh, for every Mad Men fan, there's another fan who completely missed the point. Yeah, that's good writing. That tends to be the case. Starship Troopers has a lot of people who are like, wow, fascism's bad. I can't believe you like that movie. RoboCop, violence is terrible. I can't believe you support the police. Like, a lot of people just don't get it, or who overindulge that side of them. A lot of dumb people. Who cares? Bernays won that very much, and it still works today. So, Jesus.
Narrative and the myth. That's what makes it so great. Well, then all of a sudden,
you start with logic of sense. Jimbo says fun read, especially stoicism or Carolism. This is true. if you make your way, also thanks for joining, Ms. Dixer. If you make your way through Logic of Sense, it's a lot. It's a lot easier of a read. It's complicated in weird ways because as you read it, you kind of want to take what he's saying as metaphor, and you shouldn't. He's not being metaphorical or allegorical at all. He's being very direct in his language. And so it makes things like when he says, for example, hey, Alice is only, when we say Alice is getting larger, it's only because she was smaller and will be bigger. And as like that thing, Alice is always smaller before she's bigger and bigger before she's smaller. There's language like that that makes your brain go, what? And that's the first seminar. So it's a lot. Genuinely wonderful. Genuinely wonderful. Harold Bemis, if I hate these people so much, why do we keep making react streams? Because I love the book. And I love the point of the book. Anti-Oedipus is one of those things that genuinely has a lot of things to give to it if you're willing to read it. And I spend most of my time actually weekly in a stream every week and have for years and years and years, helping people and myself understand Anti-Oedipus. Great way to help other people understand Anti-Oedipus is to find people who willingly misunderstand it and explain why they're wrong. Critiquing things, being critical of others who do things poorly is a great way to make it a way that other people can understand a thing. We have multiple people who just 2 days ago, thanks to that stream, began to grasp what a body without organs is, or actually solidly grasp it now. This is a great method to teach. And YouTube has no shortage of people who are foolish enough to put bad takes out there and have the confidence that deserves to be taken down. Again, as I've said before, and I will always say, I have no end of patience for people who have humility and are wanting to learn and are just saying it that way. None. People who are in the chat who've been here a long time will. I do not take people down who are just wrong. I don't get angry at people who are just wrong. I won't shit on people. I want people to try and to have humility. But when you state things like this, if you state things where you are certain and you act like you know things, when you clearly not only barely read the book, but you also didn't read any of the secondary material, you didn't really make an effort to understand anything in it, and all, like, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, it's simply just too perfect to not use as a foil. You've been watching for years. I'm confused to the orthodox stance on Deleuze take people that are attempting to join in have. Have you reached out to them? Their stance, Henry, is that, and they used a slur when they said it that I won't, Deleuze wants us all to be transsexual schizophrenics. And these guys have overtly said that they are actively racist and into blood and soil. And one of the things they don't like about Deleuze is that he's anti-blood and soil. No, it's fine. You're fine, Henry. I'm not trying to get on you. Sorry if it's coming across strong. They're actively blood and soil Nazis. So I haven't reached out, honestly. And I'm kind of, if they want to have the conversation, I'd be very happy to. But again, they're angry that Deleuze is shitting on blood and soil Nazism. And at that point, I'm not sure I want to reach out. Know what I mean? Right?
And you realize that that's all that psychoanalysts are ever trying to do, is trying to apply.
You have the same problem with the Landian crowd. I have the same problem with the Landian crowd. But the Landian crowd is the same. They're great content to riff off of, because like sitting and reading Anti-Oedipus, I do it weekly. It is not fun for people who aren't super into it and who aren't actively reading it. And it's an undertaking, and I get that. But how do you then glance off of it? Well, this content is great for that, for us to use to beat up on and do that. And I don't feel bad if they're Nazis. Like if this was like a 20-year-old philosophy 201 student who's trying to do it, and he's just putting his stuff on, and he had 2 viewers, and he was just stating what he thought, I would not beat the shit out of him for this. I would not use him as a foil. I don't feel bad when they're Nazis. Deleuze told me to press the gas on exploitation and violence. Yep, it just happens to be that I'm a white, semi-bougie man from the UK and the US, so that way putting the gas on violence is probably going to work in my favor. It's weird how that works.
Apply a mythology and a narrative in which you can manipulate to sell shit. And that's where you get sort of like, well, this is what capitalism does. And anyone who's considered schizophrenic or someone who doesn't want to obey by the encoded desire because of lack, well, then all of a sudden you're considered a crazy person. You can't be a part of that society. Your libido doesn't work with what humanity's dream is. And so if you can't be part
Dead Inside Something writes, the easiest way to fix things without revolution is to tax political contributions at 50% and apply those funds directly to social programs, including SSI, MFA, possibly even UBI. That's a policy. We can have that discussion sometime. There's a lot of things that can be done. Deleuze and Guattari inside of this are not advocating for revolution. Not in the sense of like, it's time to overthrow everything, the power to the proletariat, but they're arguing for revolution, true revolution, where we undermine the very essence of how structuralization happens inside of our society. And to understand that, we have to go deep into how desire and production works. So they're advocates for it, but they also want us to be very serious about what it takes and how far to go. That makes sense.
Part of this universality of what man is supposed to be or what European persons are supposed to produce, then there's no use for you. And instead, you need to be thrown off the stage.
Absolutely. Now, I've got another part I can read here that kind of wraps that up. Now,
Sure. Let's do it.
337. And I think it really emphasizes, here we go. So, in its destructive task, schizoanalysis must proceed as quickly as possible, but it can also proceed only with great patience, great care, by successively undoing the representative territorialities and re-territorializations through which the subject passes in his individual history. And we keep seeing the phrase territorialization here, and I think we probably discussed that in the first episode. But
you didn't.
I find that they use re-territorialization completely differently than we would. Or maybe we use it the same way, but one just sees it as bad. Like to them, re-territorialization, like rediscovering yourself, is the worst thing you can do. You must.
That is not what re-territorialization means. They're using it in the anthropological term because they've talked about Strauss and others that are in the ethnological anthropological space. When we talk about structural anthropology, we have a conversation around what territoriality means. It doesn't mean here's the lines, sort of, but instead to think about this is the territory, the space that exists, the space in which I have the capability of movement or that is in existence. So think of an uncontacted tribe that exists on an island. They're there forever. What is the territoriality? Their territory is the island and out into the water, kind of as far as they can see. But as far as they know, that's it. And then suddenly, these dudes in these giant ships show up. That moment is a deterritorialization. But the deterritorialization doesn't happen without re-territorialization. These things are back and forth, as they say very cleanly. They don't say that re-territorialization is bad as a thing. It's weird that you would say such a thing. I guess you could pull it. There's ways they use it that touch, but that's really pushing it. But anyway, so the natives are there. They get deterritorialized. Their world shatters. The territory disappears. But you don't have this happen without re-territorialization, where now a new understanding of what the territoriality of things is, the earth. And when you have, especially as we do, when you exist on the earth, your territoriality matters. The re-territorialization of everything becomes how you're able to sort of understand the totality of things, the edges of things, the foundation, the grounding on which things exist. It's an important particular term.
You must destroy yourself. You must destroy anything that you want to rediscover. In fact, the very desire you have to rediscover something in yourself, in your...
That's not how they use desire at all. That's just not how they do this. Desire is pre-personal. I have a video on this that sort of goes through it because everyone, including ContraPoints, gets this wrong. And it's an important distinction. Desire is not personal. Oh, I desire to fuck. I desire for a car. I want to rebuild myself. I want a better life. It's not even the emotion of that. Desire is way pre-personal, and there's a lot of it. It's not just a desire. It's a normal mistake everyone makes, though.
your people's history, in your culture, whatever, that is the problem. So, I've heard re-territorialization said in the positive on our side. So it's just interesting seeing it.
I hate to break it to you. It'd be interesting if they were Landian acolytes of xenosystemic varieties. What they are is blood and soil conservative Christians who are really upset that Deleuze specifically attacked Protestantism. So it's much less exciting than that. I'm very sorry. Reflective journey, is it pre-conceptual too? Oh, certainly. Yeah, desire doesn't have attachments to concept. Desire doesn't know whole bodies. Desire is the force itself, and the flux itself. It acts in flux. So it's very, very much pre that. Again, I have a video on it. Guattari wrote a wonderful book on it, but AO goes very much into that. It's the opening lines of it where they say it was a mistake to have ever said the id. The reality is that desire is everywhere. The id, which is supposedly the fount, it's not one, it's everywhere. And there's no subject that's attached to a single id. Its desire is everywhere, and the subject is produced from the interaction of desires through the syntheses. It's far more complex.
It here as the main problem. He says, for there are several layers, several planes of resistance that come from within or are imposed from without. Schizophrenia as a process, deterritorialization as a process, is inseparable from the stases that interrupt it or aggravate it or make it turn in circles and re-territorialize it into neurosis, perversion, and psychosis. And it should be said that repeatedly in the book, they describe neurosis and perversion and psychosis as bad. It's not like perversion and psychosis is something you should run towards either. So it's I want to be clear that they're not saying
schizophrenia
just
too, by the way.
Try and grasp at any sort of antisocial mental illness that you can to attack the center of society. It's not that. It really is just schizophrenia. In fact, paranoia, neurosis, autism, all of that is just someone who's been psychoanalyzed so much and they believe they're trapped within the Oedipal triangle.
They're not talking about people that have just been psychoanalyzed so much. It has nothing to do with that. It's the nature of psychoanalysis and the Oedipal lie that has been visited, where we need nuclear families and a mommy, daddy, me reality to teach children and new people, basically babies all the way up, to control their desire for later payoff. For the way that we teach people to repress themselves, that the family does that. This is the lie that psychoanalysis has given to the world. It is not about going to a psychiatrist too many times. They're not anti-psychiatry and, oh my God, if we just said no psychiatry. No. Capitalism does this. It does this in the family.
So much that they can never escape it. God. And they become their own prison warden in that sense. He continues, it should therefore be said that one can never go far enough in the direction of deterritorialization. You haven't seen anything yet, an irreversible process. And when we consider what there is of a profoundly artificial nature in that perverted reterritorialization, but also the psychotic reterritorializations of the hospital, or even in the familial neurotic reterritorialization, we cry out more perversion, more artifice, to a point where the earth becomes so artificial that the movement of deterritorialization creates of necessity and by itself a new earth.
He just skipped 3 pages when he did, he was not reading a paragraph. He's acting like he's reading from this page. He stopped reading about halfway down this paragraph, and I don't know where he went. I had to look for it, and it's 3 pages later. And he just skips over a whole bunch of other shit. Unbelievable.
So that's actually how I believe the book ends, very clearly what they're trying to accomplish. There's more we could even talk about in social repression, but I love that last line, more perversion, more artifice, to the point where the earth becomes so artificial, accelerationism.
So he says, and that's how the book ends, except it's got another 60 pages. $60 pages. It's got 60 more pages. There's a lot, by the way, said in 60 pages of a 360-page book. Wait, 380 pages? 380 page book. And that's not counting footnotes, by the way. Because how it ends is not that. The last paragraph. I want to read the last little bit because I do like it. And it's not far from what he was reading, but it's not the thing. Completing the process, not arresting it, not making it turn about in the void, not assigning it a goal. The process, the desiring production. For the new earth is not to be found in the neurotic or perverse deterritorializations that arrest the process or assign it goals. It is no more behind than ahead. It coincides with the completion of the process of desiring production. This process that is always and already complete as it proceeds, as long as it does proceed. It therefore remains for us to see how effectively, simultaneously, these various tasks of schizoanalysis proceed. How they end is literally talking about how it's about an ongoing process, that in the ongoingness of the process, it actually is completing itself, that it is itself this thing. Very, very frustrating that they say that. Do these guys go into the motivations for even doing the reading? They did say effectively that they resent people who are into this book. So, makes sense as a thing. Right? Like, they're not anti-it. They're not, like, starting at that position. They started that the we are reactionaries and fascists, like they say such things. Very openly. And then they say, and they're against fascism, so they're against us, which again is not. That's not how any of this fucking works. So they're really just wildly going into it as they do. And no, Deleuze is not their enemy. I don't think Deleuze condemns these people at all. He doesn't hate these people. He has nothing against them. I find them insufferable because it's this consistent, like, intellectual incuriosity, as I've said before, and as someone's saying in chat, it's painful to listen to, because what they're doing is then something that is a machine that others will replicate and others will do and connect to. And you can see in their comments and in their chat and in their audience, and not just their audience. The last one had 4,000, 5,000 views. I won't get near that. I won't come close. Theirs will, because they're being hilarious, mocking a thing, being sarcastic. And the more people that see that, the more that failed understanding and that resentment builds. Again, this is why I say the internet's a resentment machine. It's just frustrating overall. It's really awful. Yeah, it's just wild.
That we basically create a new Earth, and this is kind of where by necessity you get into very sci-fi flights of fancy once you get deep into this stuff. But I didn't.
Henry says, I think they're reading it earnestly. They're translating concepts to their own agenda. I made the last 2 days, if you go back and you watch, it literally, the thing I like most about this is that they are being, because I don't think they're lying necessarily or they're making things up. I think they're just bad at reading. But the parts that they are reading, they're openly saying and showing the actual work in Anti-Oedipus that's about how a fascist works. They're agreeing with it. They said this amazing moment where they were openly talking about how, hey, Deleuze and Guattari, they say that someone can have revolutionary interest, but that they're actually invested in things like, large-scale buildings or bureaucracy, the government, blah, blah. And they're like, that sounds awesome to me. And it's like, yeah, literally, they're just saying honestly how they feel about it. And so, I'm not... Right? Like, they're doing the thing, they're showing it. The frustration comes when they do things like what they just did, which is just this is how the book ends, and then they leave 60 fucking pages before the end. It's just it's a mix of sort of incuriosity, bald-faced honesty that's almost over-honest and kind of magical in its own way, and then also just lack of care. And it's just a frustrating thing to see.
Read anywhere in this book an outright a practical way that one could begin to initiate this process. Maybe they get into that in the second book, but
they talk a little bit about it, because there is more, at least in my copy of the text, about what this would look like, or what is the task. And so, the section after that is talking about the first positive task of schizoanalysis. And
if you want to give the page number, I got yours up on screen right now.
174 on the PDF. And I just have a few notes on this, and it's going to be, that's where the chapter is, but I think that where I had my notes is, let me just Control F real quick here, and it's actually not too far. Oh, there it is. Okay, so it would start right down here at the bottom. Therefore, let us return. Let us therefore return to the rule so clearly stated by Serge Leclerc, even if he sees this only as a fiction instead of the real desire. The elements or parts of desiring machines are recognized by their mutual independence, such that nothing in one depends or should depend on something in the other. They must not be opposed determinations of the same entity, nor differentiations of the single being, such as the masculine and the feminine in the human sex, but different or really distinct things, distinct beings found in the dispersion of the non-human sex, the clover and the bee. As long as schizoanalysis has not arrived at these disparate elements, it has not yet discovered the partial objects as the ultimate elements of the unconscious. In this sense, that Leclerc used the term erogenous body not to designate a fragmented organism, but an emission of pre-individual, pre-personal singularities, a pure, dispersed, anarchic multiplicity without unity or totality, and whose elements are welded, pasted together by the real distinction or the very absence of a link. Such is the case of the schizoid sequences of Beckett's, stones, pockets, mouth, a shoe, a pipe bowl, a small limp bundle that is undefined, a cover for a bicycle bell, half a crutch. If one indefinitely runs up against the same set of pure singularities, one can feel confident that he has drawn near the singularity of the subject's desire. To be sure, one can always establish or re-establish some sort of link between these elements, organic links between organs or fragments of organs that eventually form a part of a multiplicity, psychological, axiological links, good, bad, that finally refer to persons or scenes from which these elements are borrowed, structural links between the ideas and concepts that are apt to correspond to them. But it is not in this respect that the partial objects are elements of the unconscious. We cannot even go along with the image of partial objects that their inventor, Melanie Klein, proposes. This is because, whether organs or fragments are organs, the partial objects do not refer to at least an organism that would function phantasmically as a lost unity or a totality to come. Their dispersion has nothing to do with lack, and it constitutes their mode of presence and multiplicity. They form without unification or totalization. With every structure dislodged, every memory abolished, every organism set aside, every link undone, they function as raw partial objects, dispersed working parts of a machine that itself is dispersed. In short, partial objects are the molecular functions of the unconscious. That is why, when we insisted earlier on the difference between desiring machines and all figures of molar machines, we were fully aware that they were both contained in and did not exist without one another. But we had to stress the difference in regime and scale between the two machinic species. First step on all of this is to simply say that what we are looking at is a society in which we have to break down things in a way in which we have to break it down to a quantum level.
Okay. None of that. It's complete nonsense. This is particularly a critique of how psychoanalysis utilizes large molar representations in how they talk to their analysans, the person on the couch, and how we in turn also commonly do the same thing. Yes, but is it father that's bothering you? No, my dad and I get along. No, is it your dad, the one at work, the man who controls you? That father. This thing that happens where things are metaphorical, allegorical, able to be swapped around in that way. This is literally what this is about and what this is critiquing exactly, particularly that. They're not saying that everything needs to be broken down to that level of whatever. They're talking about starting at that position. They're talking about working within, so that way we don't open with this huge issue, this huge problem, or starting from mom, dad, or trying to figure out from mom, dad, and instead dealing with the lived people who are there and not necessarily bringing in all the baggage that representation sets up or pushes into us. It's wild. It's kind of a it's kind of a lot, to be very frank, and it's not at all what he's saying. It has nothing to do with a society where everything is broken down. That I don't even know how to respond to that.
If we can break down the
Hey Shakespeare, welcome. Quarantine life is Prudentialist a Thomist, or purports to be. I honestly, I'm not even sure there's a consistency in those beliefs, but they've been very open about blood and soil fascism and being really deeply transphobic and racist multiple times, a lot. So enjoy. And Henry Bemis talks about the IDF thing. IDF used or cited Deleuze and Guattari's work in 1,000 Plateaus in their manuals about how to deal with Palestine. If you ever read it, it's actually really interesting because they do just a terrible interpretation of it, but it's about how a fascist like these guys are doing can twist words into what is needed for them to sort of speak the actual emotions. As D&G talk about in AO, the way that the patient who calls himself Christ or Elvis or whatever, and they're not like believing they're Elvis. It's kind of a misunderstanding. Instead, when they say that they are Elvis, it's the same as me saying I am hungry. There's the affective experience that's being consumed by the subjects calling it Elvis or Christ. This is the same thing that we're starting to see here pretty significantly as they go through it. It's kind of incredible. It's a lot when people are this open about it.
on the parts of atoms, if we can break down the parts of even what's inside of subatomically, like quarks and whatnot, we also have to break down these linkages and elements that we would assemble together in our mind. This is why assemblage theory, this is why structuralism gets thrown out the window. And we have to understand that all these flows cannot be linked as some sort of faction or some sort of understanding of what makes a family unit, what makes an element of what person actually wants, because that can be encoded somewhere else. And instead, all things have to be de-individuated. And once these things are de-individuated and these connections of all these partial objects are indirect, they're not really.
Let's take family. Do I have a family if my dad dies? Do I have a family if I decide not to have kids? Do I have family if I adopt? Do I have family if I adopt a bunch of kids? Do I have family if I just take care of the kids in the house downstairs while the mom's at work? What is family? It's almost like it changes. Almost like it's not a defined specific thing and instead representational and creates a whole lot more problems than otherwise.
Human, they're not in a way that you and I would look at them. These flows break into two different lines of thought. This is where you get the body without organs. And all this allows you to basically testify and say, okay, now we no longer have to look at the world and instead, oh, yes, now we can look at it and understand that we ourselves are not going to be, stripped of what our original thoughts are or what our original desires may be from lack, but instead they can be brought together in a way that no longer makes us, what we would consider human. And in fact, they break this part down with, ironically, in the next section about Mozart and more about asses and whatnot.
Okay, I was going to read that. And I'm glad you saw it because, just...
Good. I knew it was coming. I took notes on this. I was just like, yes, the French conclusion to all problems, which is eating ass.
Like, I was just reading the quote here, and I started reading it in, like, a Bronze Age pervert voice. It's like, raise your ass to your mouth. Ah, my ass burns like fire. But what can the meaning of that? What can be the meaning of that? Perhaps a turd wants to come out. Yes, turd. I know you. I see you. I feel you. What is this? Is such a thing possible? Like, what a fucking thing to say. Did you have any thoughts on that?
Other than just sort of like the fetishistic aspect of it all, I mean, not too much, but other than to simply say that for them, to engage in a mode of death, i.e., a way in which we would see our world, like, oh, he's dead to the world, but not in the Christian sense of being dead to the world, but dead to a capitalistic society. They take this anti-production.
I'm wondering if I'm wondering if they. So let's talk about this passage because it's, to me, yes, it's an interesting one. It's not the worst thing. It's a little bit. I can get through it real quick. Who will be able to describe the desiring machines of each subject? What analysis will be exacting enough for this? Mozart's desiring machine, quote, raise your ass to your mouth, my ass burns like fire. What can be the meaning of that? Perhaps a turd wants to come out. Yes, yes, a turd. I know you. I see you. I feel you. What is this? Is such a thing possible? Do they realize? Because there's a footnote that says it. Mozart wrote that. Mozart was like, he was actually a Bronze Age pervert. Like, not to be like they're saying that in like a derogatory way, but I believe the rest of it goes something like, eat my ass nicely, lick it nice and clean. There's a greasy desire. I have it up, nicely buttered. Like the licking of roast meat, my daily activity. 3 will lick more than 2. Come on, just try it and lick, lick, lick. Everybody lick their ass for themselves. It's a leck mich im Arsch, is, I believe, the proper pronunciation. If I remember. And ass humor was super comedy at the time. It's Mozart, like, he loved poop jokes. Again, he was like 19. Again, Mozart was not like a 50-year-old fucking dude. People died really young. Mozart was like a kid, and he was totally hilarious and wrote a bunch of crazy stuff. And he definitely also did have fetish. I think the shit fetish is actually one that he carried into a lot of ways. So we're going to do another poll. Okay. The poll is, are they aware? Are they aware that Mozart actually wrote that shit? But what the fuck? Why won't the poll start? Oh God. No, go away. There it is. There we go. Are they aware? We'll just see what you guys think. We're going to take bets on this one. We're going to see what all of you think. Are they aware? This is the lack of reading comprehension. Here's the problem. I actually take it slightly further. I think you're generally right, but I think there's a combination of things. It's clear these guys don't read a lot of complicated theory, and as they're going and as he's reading, they're skipping words, they're misreading words. There's a lot of difficulty in very particular ways. This tends to lean towards things that keep people from reading it. You know, deficiencies, issues, all of that. And then these things grow with people. And again, these are not the things I fault. The issue I have is the arrogance with which they're saying these things. They've actually had, at least one of them, Dimes, has been very actually sort of insightful in understanding bits of it that have surprised me, only to turn around and get the next part wrong. But still, that part's cool as far as I'm concerned. That part's pretty fucking cool, I think. So it's a lack of reading comprehension. It's they are, like I like to say about Trump voters, this isn't about don't sit there and try to analyze why did Trump voters vote the way they did. They voted the way they did because that's where their interests lied. That's it. Trust people when they tell you what they are, especially when they show you. And I don't think it's about lying or any of that shit. I think this is just where they're at, and they're just showing us. Yeah, everyone agrees they do not know that Mozart actually wrote that. I think we're going to keep going. We'll see. But
And instead, they want to use that as a way in which we can be free from organ object, meaning and assignment, object descriptor. And in doing so, we allow ourselves to not be a producing machine, a desiring machine. We are instead a paranoiac machine. And when we engage.
No, we are not any of those. I am not any of those. We have those. Those are, for lack of a better term to describe it, those are ours. Those are the desire machines that produce me. They're paranoiac. They're neurotic. Paranoiac desiring machines seek redress to old memories and try to connect with it, and are turned away and feel repression for this. And this creates the paranoiac or the neurotic. They're very explicit about all of this. Like, you are not a paranoiac machine or a desiring machine. Not at all. The subject is not that.
Engage in these paranoiac, systems and structures that are not structures, but are de-individuated and non-organized, but they multiply somehow because they're non-organic. What comes from that really is the shattered organism, the shattered parts of the world, the shatteredness of an object that can direct its powers to change the system, that is no longer intensifying on capital or desiring to produce because we feel this need to build, but instead we allow ourselves to grow in this molecular.
Reflective Journey says, it seems like a very good example too, as the points that structural analysis of desire is not possible, as in linking his music and fetishes. I mean, yeah. It's almost like they put stuff in the book that they can use as examples. Why would they do that?
Chain that allows us to be free, at least in their understanding. We're now converting this energy of production and allowing it to be an energy that will record the world around us. We can be part of it in a way that is not the whole, but parts of the whole that enable us to no longer be part of a flow of production.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to put it. And you described before about how this makes you into something less than human. I was laughing at the phrase, what did he mean by this? Being, that's kind of what he was getting at there with that whole sense we were laughing at. Like the very idea of trying to analyze and understand and unpack things. That is us trying to code and code and code. And
The answer was no. They do not know Mozart wrote that. Because Mozart wrote all of that, including the, what can be the meaning of that? Because Mozart's talking about poop coming out his butt and the feeling of poop coming out his butt. What could be the meaning of that feeling? I must have poop coming out my butt, is what he's writing. What's the meaning of the sensation around my butthole? That's what he's doing. He's my 6-year-old who makes kind of the same fucking comments. They literally are saying that's from Deleuze. So all the no's had it. No's were correct. Well done. Well done.
understand things, and that's really what we need to try and get away from. And I think, like you had said, it does give you a version of what they want. And I do, because we're getting up to the end of this, I think we've covered most of what we wanted to cover.
Yeah.
But I did want to ask you, and I don't want to be too reductive when I say this, but they have some very interesting ideas in here, but I think their analysis is inhibited by a fairly simplified conceptualization of what like a machine is. Like,
I cannot wait for this. I cannot wait for this. Deleuze and Guattari are oversimplifying something.
Like everything comes back to a machine, and they're understanding a machine. Well, it's just parts. It's parts that fit together, which is very like industrial revolution. Like you would mention modern times.
Yeah, it's very limited to that Marxist understanding of industrialism. Although I will, to give Deleuze and Guattari credit, like they write on this more later in their lives. I mean, Deleuze especially, just because he lived longer. But he himself would sort of look at the world, especially when he talks about like I think, for instance, if you've had the chance to read, and this is actually much older work, but if you read Difference and Repetition, which is uh,
Oh God, I don't know if I'll be able to handle what this one says about DNR. Deleuze, actually, after this book, would not really revisit the concept of the machinic unconscious himself. That's not a thing he did. There are essays, there's interviews, there's conversations, but the machinic unconscious is Guattari's work. That's his thing. So no, Deleuze really didn't. For those not aware, I'm gonna just let you know. So Deleuze is not oversimplifying what a machine is. In fact, their use of the term machine is really particular. I actually want to pull up an interview that they did that I haven't referenced yet, but I feel like would be a good idea. Let's see. I think it's the Capitalism, a Very Special Delirium. Where is it? God damn it. I have too many fucking PDFs. If anyone has a good PDF sorter that renames things so they're uniform, I will pay you money. So would everyone else who pirates PDFs. Doesn't matter. I'll come back to it. It's fine. And yes, as Dixie points out, because Deleuze lived longer, 3 years, and Deleuze's last few years, we'll just say, were not super productive. That's why he defenestrated. That's not a word that means demonstrated. He defenestrated. Machinic is a reference particularly against, I think I actually did talk about this the first day. The use of machinic is actually meant to be a critique or an opposition to structure. It doesn't mean that something doesn't have a structure to it or such. It's instead intended to critique what had become very hardened, this idea of things being structures or superstructures. And their thing is much more generative, pieces that connect and do things, partial objects, elements that interact this way or the other way. And this shift in thinking from structural to machinic, much more procedural, programmatic. The language for this, by the way, all works. It's not purely machines, but they want to make sure that we know that we're talking about something that is deeply material. That's why the machinic unconscious utilizes desire and desiring machines. They're not oversimplifying machines at all. In fact, their work around the definition of machine is so incredibly complicated that it's its own conversation if you want to have it sometime, and it's a good one. With smarter people than me by a wide margin have had it. The machinic is not a simple term for them. It doesn't just mean like a machine. They're actually really wanting to keep away from the mechanistic. There's a difference between machinic and mechanistic. And these guys don't know the difference. Because again, as much as they say they care about the meaning of words and how awful it is that D&G want to get rid of the meaning of words and certainty and cause, these guys don't give a fuck about what words mean. They're stuck in representation again. They're saying the emotional word that resonates with what they're feeling, their affect, their resentment, their repression. You can literally see it as they're talking here.
It's more of a metaphysical treatise, which is, I think, goes a lot more into sort of this, position about, what does it mean to be in a machinic society, and why do we repeat these things? And not just through generality, but also through why we engage in them on a societal level. I think I think it helps in that respect. But in this book, especially, and I mean, on 1,000 Plateaus, I would need to reread it. But here we see this very limited structure about they're working with Marx. Like that's what they're kind of stuck within sort of the.
You're not stuck at all, you fucking moron. Stuck within Marx. Imagine saying that. To read from Guattari, I recommend Chaosophy, phenomenal book. It has a part in it called Balance Sheet for Desiring Machines, which you can find on its own online. Desiring machines have nothing to do with gadgets or little homemade inventions or fantasies. Rather, they're related, but from the opposite direction, because gadgets, improvised contraptions, and fantasies are the residue of desiring machines. They've come under sway of specific laws of foreign markets of capitalism or the home market of psychoanalysis. Desiring machines cannot be equated with the adaptation of real machines or fragments of real machines to a symbolic process, nor can they be reduced to dreams of fantastic machines operating in the imaginary. In both instances, one witnesses the conversion of an element of production into a mechanism of individual consumption. It goes without saying that psychoanalysis feels at ease with gadgets, blah, 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 blah. We are not using a metaphor, however, when we speak of machines. Humans constitute a machine as soon as this nature is communicated by recurrence to the ensemble of which they form a part under specific conditions. The human horsebow example forms a nomadic war machine under the conditions of the steppe. Men form a labor machine under the bureaucratic conditions of the great empire. The Greek foot soldier, together with his arms, constitute a machine under the conditions of the phalanx. The dancer combines with the floor to compose a machine under the perilous conditions of love and death. We do not start from a metaphorical usage of the word machine, but from a confused hypothesis concerning origins, the way in which heterogeneous elements are determined to constitute a machine through recurrence and communication, the existence of a machinic phylum. In Logica Sense, they go to great lengths about this. They do this a good amount in AO, but Guattari and Deleuze separately. Logica Sense is filled with this. We're talking about how homogeneous sets and series interact with each other versus heterogeneous sets and series. Heterogeneous, pieces that don't really go together, pieces that aren't part of the same thing, especially when they're singularities, little bits, partial objects that all in all are really heterogeneous ultimately, and then how they find resonance between themselves and amongst others. The dancer and the floor, for example, this is the machine, the heterogeneous elements. Homogeneous would be the dancer, because it's just the dancer. That's it. It's not a machine. Dancer is not a machine. A dancer is a dancer. Singular, the little elements. But the dancer combined with this, in this moment, in this type of music, with these things, these heterogeneous elements come together to form the event. The connection of the event is the creation of the desiring machine. The event is the desiring machine, its connection and its disconnection, the resultant stimulation. This is the machinic that they're talking about. When we talk about machines, and it's the difference between mechanistic and machinic, mechanistic is the idea that gears turn gears, turn gears, turn gears. That's great. The machinic is the way that parts can be sort of reassembled to do different things and produce different things. It sounds the same. It's different enough. PCBs are just a thing. Great. I could have sensors. I could have a computer. I could have a chip. I could have all kinds of stuff. These are parts. They're homogeneous to themselves. If I have a whole bunch of things that are the same, a bunch of PCBs, what the fuck does that do me? No, I need a bunch of heterogeneous parts in order to produce something. This is all of it, and it produces itself and a thing when it becomes that thing in an event. And when it becomes that thing in an event, it then becomes a singularity and an element that can also be included as a homogeneous element inside of another heterogeneous series that then turns. This piling on of things is so deeply important to Anti-Oedipus. As you make your way through capitalist representation, 3.10 of AO, the whole point of capitalism is the reorganization of these points to their basic bits, and then the efficientizing of the heterogeneous and homogeneous elements to the creation of the most efficient way to produce secondary profit. But it's not just that, it is the most efficient way to increase the flux of desire, the machinic flux, which is rate of change in the moment. It doesn't matter how much profit you produce. No one cares how much money a company makes in a year. If they made that same money last year, no one gives a fuck. If they made more money tomorrow, if they're worth more next week, if they do there's this awful car company that did delivery of cars. Turned out to be it's a totally, apparently, a huge giant scam if you haven't read up on the whole thing. But the idea of what matters to capital is not that they made a bunch of money. In fact, they lost a bunch of money. Uber lost a bunch of money. Twitter famously lost money forever. Still functions. People are investing in their AI thing for some reason. But all of this, the only thing that matters is the heterogeneous elements coming together and the desiring machines produced through these heterogeneous elements and the recording of it. This is capital. And the reason Marx matters to this is because none of this is transcendent. All of this is material. We aren't talking about the idea of something and the idea of the other thing conceptually dancing. We're talking about the material of things as it's produced and as it's separated and as we separate it and as it becomes heterogeneous or homogeneous and how it interacts and how it builds and how we have the resonances between things that create affect, that are the desiring machines we connect to, that are the internet, that is music, that is art, that is video games, that is everything we touch. This is how capitalism works, and it's powerful and it's amazing and it's wonderful and horrifying and awful and ruins us and destroys us. It is all these things. I've had transcendent experiences, and I mean that in the emotional sense, not I've actually spoken to God, but like emotionally stepping almost outside of myself as I've listened to beautiful, stunning music, watched the right film that made me cry, watched other things that changed me. I've also experienced the horrors of the reality of what it means to be to the edge of homelessness, to go bankrupt, to lose effectively everything, to everything that comes with it. This range, capital produces all of this, and the desiring machines that are, capital doesn't produce any of it. I shouldn't say it that way. Fuck. It's hard when I get a little on the poetic side. I fuck up the words. The world and the material conditions that are producing all of this, that capital organizes and that we all bend towards. And as we bend towards that, we create in very particular ways. This setup produces extraordinary in every direction, but it does so at an expense. And it's an expense that we all take part in as well, and we're all aware of. And all of it's material. There's no ideas here. There's no secondary thing. All of this matters. And it's all being constantly produced. Marx is a materialist, and he's a materialist in the best kind of way, which is one that doesn't fuck around. There's no any of this. We need to be dealing with the actual material conditions around us. That's the thing. This is what the connection of desiring machines. Desiring machine, think of all the potentialities collapsing as we have an actual moment. A thing actualizes and becomes a thing. Desiring machines come together, and we're all here. You're all here. Desiring machine has been created. You're attaching and disconnecting. You're ignoring my words. You're looking at the words beneath me. You're looking through the pixels. Everything you're connecting to is desiring machines firing off and recording. You're recording emotions as you hear the words that are coming out. See how I move. Look at the bass. Look at the chat. Look at the other things that are distracting you. Maybe I've been having olives. You're having tea, soda, all of these things. And your experience is all of these desiring machines as your body's connecting to all of them and disconnecting. And you're building up this story of who you are as you go. And this is the production of this is the socius of capital working. It isn't all bad. It's not all fucking good. And there's more to be done. Reflective journey. Can we think of machine as a heterogeneous integrated whole that is always in process and open, the creative force itself behind it? I don't know, just trying to connect things to Whitehead. So you're in the 100% the right direction if you're trying to connect things to Whitehead in that way. But I'm going to say there's more work done on what that connection is, because the heterogeneous integrated whole doesn't happen. The desiring machine does. The heterogeneous elements come together with that desiring machine. The connections happen. Think of them as sparks of effective experience that are recorded on the BWO, and all of them. And we're talking about not one. Like, I don't watch a movie and have one memory or one experience or one desiring. A movie's a desiring machine. A person's a desiring machine. No. The experience of watching a movie is uncountable numbers of them, and for all of us, and all of them are constantly recording. Jimbo, Zizek doesn't like guattari at all. Zizek doesn't like a lot of things, apparently trans people and gays sometimes now, so I'm not sure who Zizek likes or doesn't like we should really listen to. I don't believe he read Anti-Oedipus. So to read a little bit further, because I really like this whole piece. They're talking with Leclerc and a few others inside of this, and there's this whole discussion on the nature of the machine and how it works. Leclerc says that AO's works too well. Oh God, I don't want to read that one. That'll take me through like 5 paragraphs. That's a nightmare. There is a classic schema that is inspired by the tool. The tool as an extension and projection of a living being, the operation by means of which man progressively emerges, the evolution from the tool to machine, the reversal in which the machine grows more and more independent of man. But this schema has many drawbacks. It does not offer us any means to apprehend the reality of desiring machines and their presence throughout the circuit. It is a biological, evolutive schema, which determines the machine as an event occurring at a given moment in a mechanical lineage that began with the tool. It is humanistic and abstract, isolating productive forces from social conditions of their exercise, involving a man-nature dimension common to all social forms, to which are thus lent relations of evolution. It is imaginary, phantasmal, and solipsistic, even when applied to real tools, real machines, since it rests entirely on the hypothesis of rejection. We believe, on the contrary, that it is necessary to posit from the outset the difference in nature between the tool and machine, the one as an agent of contact, the other a factor of communication, the one being projective, the other recurrent, the one referring to possible and impossible, the other to probability of less probable, one acting through functional synthesis of a whole, the other through real distinctions in an ensemble. Functioning as a component part in conjunction with other parts is very different from being an extension or a projection or something replaced. Pierre Auger shows that a machine is constituted from the moment there is communication between two portions of the outside world that are really distinct in a system that is possible, although less probable. One and the same thing can be a tool or a machine, according to whether or not the machinic phylum takes hold. Hoplite weapons existed as tools from early antiquity, but they become components of a machine along with the men who wield them, under the conditions of phalanx and the Greek city-state. That's the idea. What the fuck is with Zizek? What is a Zizek? I like this is a good chat. I like my chat. You guys are much better than their chat. You're good. It's a good back and forth. Of old fuzzy bear Zizek, that is disappointing lately.
Worldview of what Marx is defining as capitalism. And they themselves are also applying it through the lens of psychoanalysis. So you're working within two very limited worldviews, especially now in 2024. This book is, 50 years old at this point, and so much has changed since then, that on one hand, I can see a lot of this still being applicable, because we've noticed how when we were describing earlier what capital does, or in their viewpoint, capitalism does, it takes things that are not saleable, things that cannot be used for production, and capital will find a way to do it. And if it can't do that, it will encode a sense of taboo, or a sense of negative connotation to it. And we kind of see that
saying
already.
It's useless. It's not worth having a price attached to it.
It's not even that.
Oh God, give me the strength. Capital doesn't just say, oh, it's useless. It doesn't have a price. There's priceless things that absolutely do have a price, but we call them priceless. That, like, this doesn't work if you even take even a second to talk about what they're talking about. They're referring to the way that Deleuze and Guattari talked about the autistic, or the schizophrenic, as they call it, asylum patient, who capitalism cannot use. Autistic people famously fastidious about rules, over identifying with them, even spending too much time, OCD as being an aspect of many parts of it, repeating things, having very, very steady, hard schedules. These things that are, even though they're stereotypical over the last like 40 years of cinema, TV, and popular references, it's not wildly far from how people who were put in asylums, or even today, are on the very severe end of the non-communicative spectrum. This setup, it's basically saying all of us are produced, but if you don't get produced right, you're out of society. It's incredible to Henry, thank you. I don't think it was a snipe at me. I appreciate people calling me out when I'm being overly negative. I probably shouldn't be as much. They are flat out assholes. I'm glad you're seeing it, but I still should take it in best faith, and I'm trying my best to make my way through it. It's very, very hard consistently, so don't feel bad at all. In fact, I hope you continue to call me out on my shit. You're told that if you don't fit in, especially during asylum eras of things, back when they were writing this, if you don't fit in, you're out. And we do this today. We have an incredibly large population who are unemployable. We put them on disability in the U.S., or we don't care about them. We let them die unhoused or whatever. We leave them to families very often now. We have 2 kids on my block who are severely autistic and whose families are doing their best to take care of them. And it's a lot when, they're 20 plus years old and very large. It's really, society has no use for people who over-identify with the system. And that's kind of their critique in this, that they're like, hey, the idea of what makes someone autistic, the process of it, capitalism is that. Capitalism is the breakdown of coded desire. It's the institution of rules that are disconnected from the real life people live. They use the prohibition of incest as the example for this because we don't have a reason not to have incest now. There's been reasons to do elsewise for all of history because survival was tied to reproduction. Survival's not tied to reproduction anymore. It has nothing to do with it. But capitalism doesn't give a fuck about reproduction. We need more of it, I know, and the conservatives are going to do it. But like, your literal reproduction is only useful as like fodder for capital. Your life doesn't matter. This change is huge. It's huge. And that we are now expected to obey all rules, get used to it, set up with it, and it breaks people. But if you get broken, we have that threat behind, the threat of death, the threat of asylum, the threat of being tossed out by society. This is horror, and it should be considered horror.
That it's not worth having a price attached to it. It's that capital hasn't figured out a way to exploit it yet. It hasn't found a way to make a good example would be like the hikikomori, right? Like no one knows how to make the like neat,
it's genuinely that's an embarrassing comment. I'll get to it. I want to talk about chats. Henry and Jim. Henry writes, I just thought of expanding ground. They're looking to expand the empire of exploitation. I thought they were just young and dumb. I know. It's bad. Ingross, I grew up extremely autistic. I couldn't talk in public till I was in college. Doing better. I'm assistant store manager at a pharmacy. Well, fuck. Good for you. It's funny. I've spent most of my life talking in front of people. Like, this is boring to me at this point. But until I was probably in my mid-20s, I had the worst stage fright that ever existed. I'd have genuine like heart palpitations and cold sweats for an hour before anything. And family push you into it, peer pressure, all that. It takes a lot to get through things. And good for you. That's fantastic. And no, Slutterdy didn't really step back from his reactionary xenophobic stuff ultimately. I still like his writing. I have the Spheres trilogy. I think it's good writing. As much as I may disagree with Sloterdijk on almost everything, I think he writes beautiful prose. It's a shame.
Stay at home, jerk off to anime guy all day. They haven't.
Oh yeah, this. So they're using hikikomori as an example of how capital doesn't know how to do anything, and I don't understand how. Okay, hikikomori are neat, locked-in humans who literally do nothing but consume excessive amounts of manga, anime, statues they jerk off on, and cartoons and everything. They're pure consumers in an extraordinary way. And he's saying capitalism doesn't know what to do with someone who's a huge consumer. Just to say that one more time, he's saying capitalism hasn't quite figured out how to use people who do nothing but consume all the time. Because to him, he doesn't understand how capitalism works. And he is thinking of it in terms of hikikomori don't produce profit. Because he is so up capitalism's ass that it's the only way he can even look at other people. That's all I can think. If he's about to like go into another critique, I apologize in advance, but like hikikomori are absolutely co-opted by capital in every single way. Like are you kidding me? Weebs produce an extraordinary amount of profit for companies. Jesus Christ.
Figure out a way to make him a fully productive member of
Who's got two thumbs and called that shit?
Society yet, because his desire is to just like goon his life away and not
podcasters
participate in the
have.
system. Yeah, right. Podcasters have, because somehow you people are lovingly listening to us and finding a way to listen to us talk about the turd coming out of Mozart's ass, and somehow you find that, you know, endearing but also enlightening. So on one hand, like,
they think they're productive.
This text I think has a lot that still applies, but at the same time, you know, it skips over things that are just hard-coded reality.
You know, it skips over things like 8 pages at a fucking time.
Because they take these things into metaphysical abstractions, and it becomes this very almost idealized counterfactual. You know, they're like, well, what if we got rid of the metaphysical understanding that we can, you know, bring about through societies of control and production? And instead, what if we lived in a world where we were all these like disjointed partial forms and we resisted capital, and there go the death of fascism and oppression is over? But it's just like, well, that's not going to really stop the people who don't believe in your nonsense from ever like coming over and taking over and killing you. You know, it's the thing which I find so interesting.
All right, I'm now getting, this is just terrible. Paul responds, I want to talk about Sloterdijk for a second. It's actually an interesting convo because, so Bubbles, Globes, and Foam is, I think, really enjoyable and wonderful prose. You Must Change Your Life, I also liked. Sloterdijk, I think, even though Zizek has shit-talked him a lot, but the way that he has fucked up Sloterdijk is very similar to the way Zizek has recently. And Zizek used to critique Sloterdijk for this. His xenophobia in his books isn't, I think, outright. I think there's ways you can derive it from there, but I think there's a lot that can be done with the stuff he's working with. And I think he's interesting. But his other writings, like Zizek's essays, like Zizek's articles, like Zizek's random YouTube videos or talks, are fucked up in ways it's like, what the who are you? Who's what? So they're not really in the books. It's like Zizek's book. I have a bunch of I used to have everything Zizek wrote. I've started getting rid of stuff since I've moved on from him, but I have a lot of stuff I'm not getting rid of. On Violence is phenomenal. He's got some amazing books, but his personality is just fucked up there. Sloterdijk's the same way. A lot of these guys are, like, to be frank, a lot of them really are. Oh, Agamben. Oh, it actually ruined Agamben for me. Like the COVID and post shit, because it's really hard for me not to go back and read it with that knowing it. Like and I really, really liked his other works and ideas, but I can't see it now because he involved his philosophy so deep in his weird conspiracy nutcase right-wing shit that it just doesn't work anymore for me. Oh, it's a shame. There's that movie, One of my favorite movies ever, Melancholia, Antichrist. Um, uh, the filmmaker behind that, Lars von Trier, was one of my favorite directors. Like, I adored Lars von Trier, everything he did. And then he made House That Jack Built. And about 3/4 of the way through, like a switch in my mind, like went, and I could see the structure that is Lars von Trier in the film that's in all of his other movies. And it ruined everything for me. I can't even watch his other films now. Gambit, same thing. Like, it retroactively ruined films for me. It's a shame. It's a big shame.
Interesting about how like the theory cell has kind of died in 2024, because it's like, yeah, this theory stuff's cool and the abstraction's nice, but it's like, bro, the enemy's at the gates. Like, there are like 200,000 Indians running this McDonald's outside of like Montreal. I
That's
have
a
much
lot of
bigger
Indians.
problems to do.
They got 2,000 Indians running one McDonald's. That's such a funny idea. Just they can't fucking serve any food. There's just so many of them. I actually talked about this in that speech I talked about in Toronto, which me and Distributist and many others gave speeches there. I said there's a segment about the sensitive young man, about how it's easy to get lost in these labyrinths of theories, and it becomes obvious that these are just another type of fandom, that you're engaging with.
I'm going to take 2 seconds. I got to let my dog out. Doggy's barking. This has been a solid 2.5 hours. I'm just going to get something to drink because I am dry and I need a glass of water. Don't go anywhere. If you appreciate what we do while I'm gone, don't hesitate to toss a super. Don't hesitate to toss a membership. Go to Patreon or join Discord, all that fun stuff. Yeah. It's a lot. This is a lot. I don't know how to mentally handle what they just said. I gotta go get some water and get my dog out. Back in a moment, and we will continue then. Hope that wasn't terribly too long. Oh, good Lord. All right. I mean, I don't even know how to even rewind and have this conversation. This is a lot. Let's do it. We're gonna go back like 40 seconds.
Idealized, counterfactual. They're like, well, what if we got rid of the metaphysical understanding that we can, bring about through societies of control and production? And instead, what if we lived in a world where we were all these like disjointed partial forms and we resisted capital, and there go the death of fascism and oppression is over? But it's just like, well, that's not going to really stop the people who don't believe in your nonsense from ever like coming over and taking over and killing you. It's the thing which I find so interesting about how like the theory cell has kind of died in 2024, because it's like, yeah, this theory.
All right. So let's have this talk. Deleuze and Guattari are not advocating that tomorrow a handful of us go schizo, and yay. Instead, the critique is about how the nature of social production under capitalism operates and why it does what it does, how it works the way it does, so that we might be able to create new machines that involve it, that fuck with it, that do things, that shift. Because if tomorrow we had another Bolshevik revolution, and let's say it was global, AO knows, Anti-Oedipus has written, Deleuze and Guattari, I think, to me, conclusively prove it would yield the same shit as it did in before, as it did again, as it seems to. Because revolution isn't the thing. Demanding change isn't the thing. Understanding how change works, it's the thing. So they don't want us to do what you just proposed and the silly straw man garbage that you've just said. They're instead very focused on us understanding all of these pieces so we might become more effective in our advocacy, in our praxis, and what we might do. Terrible. Maybe Deleuze defenestrated after seeing the future in which their work gets filtered. Yeah, Deleuze had a vision, and he watched plastic pills in these fucking guys and went, well, that's it.
Theory stuff's cool and the abstraction's nice, but it's like, bro, the enemy's at the gates. Like, there are like 200,000 Indians running this McDonald's outside of like Montreal. I have
a lot of
bigger
Indians.
problems to do.
Believe people when they say who they are.
They got 2,000 Indians running one McDonald's. That's such a funny idea. Just they can't fucking serve any food. There's just so many of them. I actually talked about this in that speech I talked about in Toronto, which me and Distributist and many others gave speeches there. I said there's a segment about the sensitive young man, about how it's easy to get lost in these labyrinths of theories.
Henry asks, is plastic pills shit? I don't watch them. Tons of younger people seem to start with them. I know they do. This is a better reading of Anti-Oedipus than plastic pills. And I don't mean that lightly. Plastic Pills did a video on AO that I'm going to do as like when I move channels over, and because I'm going to be doing 2 channels. The QC is going to become like a lot more of the readings and academic. These live streams are going to move to a channel so I can, it's a little bit easier. Because people who subscribe, we have a couple hundred people for each of the readings who literally just read those. And who just want the readings. They get a little pissy when it's me and my stupid ass. So I get that. So it's trying to separate. But we're going to be doing the plastic pill one. Every sentence he says about Anti-Oedipus is wrong. Every single one. And it's kind of, it's going to be a lot of work. You try to point people to then and now. I mean, Machinic unconscious happy hours, good. Acid horizon, good. Then and now tends to be good. I have issues generally with then and now on a couple things. But they're good. And please do good. Just enjoy good. So it's just a lot. Sunday started today and was annoyed he had to stop. He started plastic pills? Oh, that poor fool. He doesn't even know.
And it becomes obvious that these are just another type of fandom. That, you're engaging with theory and esoteric knowledge the same way someone might, really get into Rick and Morty lore.
Yes, what I do is exactly the same as Undertale fan fiction.
Or Rick and Morty esoteric, erotic lore, right? It's just a thing you consume. You're a consumer still. And at a certain point, you must ask yourself, for what purpose am I consuming this? What can be done with this? I think there are some ideas in here that can be repurposed, but I really like that statement you just had about the theory cell is dying in 2024, because at a certain point you're saying, what the fuck am I doing? How is this any different than a Marvel movie? Really? Is it just a weirder version of that? Am I collecting?
Oh God, it's so awful. There's some issues with Acid Rising. Look, there's some issues with everyone, even me. Like, go out in the world and do your thing. Like, don't listen to any of us. We're all fucking stupid. But we're not this stupid. We're at least open about it. Then now I have issues with specifically because I was actually a top tier supporter on Patreon. And part of that is that you get scripts early and you can respond. And I did. And it's if you go to the Discord and you're a subscriber at Patreon, you'll see that my response to his AI video where I explained, actually, you misunderstand how AI works, because he does. And his entire AI video becomes irrelevant basically from the get-go because he doesn't understand how AI works. Not only did he never respond, and no one ever did, it's just sitting there in this empty channel. It just continued, and he just created another channel for feedback, which is kind of upsetting. So I was like, oh, that's a shame. Like, I was hoping that there'd be able to be back and forth, but no. And that's the problem with most of these guys and most of these people, is that there's just not a lot of back and forth. A lot of it is done because this is people's source of capital, and this is their source of income and survival. And so they're defensive. The reality is they know that you people, there's only a few of you here. I'm 40 to 50, right? Like 40 to 50-ish. Kid Not Kin, President Sunday, and a few others are streaming right now. We're competing for the same 200, 300 people. Like, I'm not being shitty about this. I've got a very unique version of what I do. And so a few of you I know don't really watch the others, but the reality is there's a small group of people who care about this stuff, and we are competing over time of that audience. I think it would be more important for us to grow that audience by creating approachability and other things. Other people may disagree, but the reality is we're competing, and as such, competition breeds resentment, resentment even, say. And it's tough to sort of go, well, wait, how do we do this if it's going to affect our capital income? And it's a shame, but it's a lot of people kind of end up in that position. Only so much you can do. Only so much you can do.
Collecting esoteric knowledge like Funko Pops. But I do think there is something that can be learned from this. However, you really have to dig it apart, I think. And, you know, the funny thing is, like we had said at the very, very beginning, one thing you can take away from this is fascism is inevitable. Really? Like, I take them at their word when they say that. But there's also, you know, when I just said that
I'm waiting, man. I'm waiting.
Yeah. One thing I became transfixed on is, you know, their understanding of the universe as machines and small machines, meaning these looping mechanisms. And I remember explaining to someone they couldn't understand electronic music or hip hop or the idea of a loop that you
It's not about looping machines at all.
take a piece of music and loop it rather than like a piece of classical music or jazz or any other type of music, really, that kind of flows. But some people think that's a very reductive and stupid way to make music. But I'm like, no, it's a very 20th century way to make music. The idea you can take something complex, localize it, repeat it, and just have it run autonomously, and then you stack several of those together. You know, there was an idea where that sort of idea did exist. You couldn't explain that to someone like 300 years ago. It's too odd an idea. So, like, I do see where they're coming from. They say, well, in a sense, the entire universe are these autonomous little machines just running a looping sequence and passing flows of information. Okay, I kind of get that. And they're animated in the way that Schopenhauer would describe the will. Like, they're just doing things because they want to do things. So really, this book is trying to explain what that will is. The will is just this sort of baseline desire to do something. Like, you get why they have the word desire rather than will, because will is forceful, but desire has almost an intent behind it. So it's at an extra level above. So the entire universe has an
Everything he just said is wrong. Everything. Desire does not have intent. Desire does not have intent. All the other shit he said is wrong too, but just like specifically, they say that multiple times if they had read the book.
intent to exist. Well, that's an interesting idea. I don't hate that idea. And I don't hate that you're basically trying to say that particles have an intent. Particles have a desire.
They don't.
That's kind of cool.
Saying. And that's
and that
also
they
not
can
a
become
thing.
sort of corrupted by over-analysis. And maybe because if something
that you are looking at particles and that you're giving them personification of having intent and having desires themselves, you're doing the thing that they're critiquing in the book and that they're saying is stupid and bad. Seems they still construct the idea of desire beginning in a lack. It's hard to even say if they are able to make that leap. They specifically said that at one point they talked about how Deleuze wasn't a big fan of lack and how instead lack is produced, so they got that right. I don't know whether or not they understood it. So, I don't know. But, yeah, the idea that particles have intention and they have personalities and that hydrogen's like a cool dude. Like doing that. You're doing the thing. You're creating substitutions and symbols that are able to be shifted and that things are able to take the place. It's metonymy is the phrase. You're able to swap things in and out in order to make things work. That's what you're doing. And they literally rail against it They literally rail against it. Stop doing that, dude. Please stop doing that, dude.
a conscious, almost sovereign intent, then it can almost rewrite its own history, right? So you're almost coding like an intelligence onto the building blocks of life. Like, okay, that's cool. That's interesting. And I do agree that maybe capitalism is the runaway extreme of what happens when that system becomes aware of itself and begins overanalyze itself again and again and again. And like McLuhan said,
God damn it. Awful. Yes, I've seen the Deleuze drum machine video. It's incorrect. It's a cute idea though, and I appreciate. I've got a set of Eurorack bullshit things behind me, so I appreciate it generally. Reflective journey. I have a very basic heuristic here. Lack is negative, where desire is positive, and probably Hegel will say both are dialectical, produced by the other. Don't take this seriously. For Deleuze, it's actually really easy. He's very upfront about it. Talks about it in difference and repetition too. He's very open constantly. For him, life is affirming. Desire is affirming. It is, and it is producing. It isn't born of lack. Instead, lack is produced by complex meta interactions in large scale that sort of fall back on desire and trap it. And the lack and anti-production produced in there is experienced as such and then claimed as a fount, as a quasi-cause. So it's a really interesting setup. But yeah. What kind of channel is this? Esoteric knowledge stuff? YouTube recommended. Oh, YouTube recommended me to you. Well, this is we are the Quarantine Collective. My name is Brooks. Over during the beginning of the quarantine, the first week of the quarantine, the day that they shut everything down, and for us adults, it was kind of like a mini summer vacation we didn't know would result in the death of millions. A bunch of us got together and decided we wanted to read Deleuze and Guattari's Anti-Oedipus because, I was online, I was on Reddit. I needed to understand the book better. I wanted a reading group, and it was this great time because there were professors and smart people and everyone who's also home. So we did that, and then we haven't stopped, and it's been going to be 4 years in March. God. And it's oh wait, more than that. Jesus Christ. This is gonna be tiring. Yeah, it's gonna be 5 years. Wow. We're almost done with our third reading, and here I am. So if you're into philosophy and that kind of crazy shit, especially around Deleuze, Guattari, Nietzsche, I touch into Kant a little bit. I'm going to be doing more Leibniz, a lot of Spinoza, and then a few other sort of moderns. We've done a lot of stuff with Michel Serre. I'm a big fan of Bruno Latour. I like Bifo Berardi also quite a bit. But in this realm, including Marx, then join, say hi. Book club shit for the most part, but with a specific bent. You'll pick it up and you'll say, oh, this is not for me or for you or whatever.
And when he was discussing the evolution of the concept of time, that time in ancient societies was much more fluid. Of course you could record time. Of course you had sundials. Of course you had water clocks and whatnot. But
sundials did not record time.
The idea of a minute or a second or an hour as a container of activity and value, and if that container of value has no value in it, then you are wasting time. That's a really fucking weird idea, isn't it? And that as in the 21st century, we start to measure our time down to this.
I'm a right-wing libertarian mega gardener, but I like to argue. Hey, we're not normal here. Megas do not usually like us very much, but liberals don't either, and pseudo-lefties don't either, and I don't even care. I just like intellectual honesty and the ability to have discussions. So, yeah. Also, if you're up for gardening tips, I can always use some.
The second, even on an individual level. So, like, I do get where they're coming from. They are, at the end of the day, and I really believe this, describing a phenomena that we all live in. And guess what? I don't hate the idea that this is a society that seems to produce schizophrenics, and those schizophrenics are locked into stasis by runaway psychoanalysis. However,
it's like the worst summary of the book that there could be. Somehow sort of having a correct semi version of it, but it's like, it's just, I'd have to stretch incredulity to just an extreme level.
I might disagree with that. The natural state or the desired state is more, schizophrenia. What do you think about that?
That is not what they're saying.
I think
book, that though, so it doesn't matter.
You, as well as the authors, are right that we have witnessed through both the Industrial Revolution, but also just sort of everything being monetized, commodified, and gamified, a totally revamped understanding of time. And we kind of got into this too with respects to spinal catastrophism. We talked about railway spine, that the human body was not used to moving as fast as it did or adjusting to the vibrations of the rail car on the rail tracks, that they went catatonic and then they went insane. And we can produce even now in the society sort of like these amorphous blobs that have no real...
Wait. They've been shitting on spinal catastrophism, and right now they're saying they agree with the core thesis. So spinal catastrophism is this idea that our upright spines, and it's a cute idea that actually, if you tease it out like the book does, it's interesting. Again, I don't agree with all of it, but I think it's interesting. This sucks to be an upright person. And by the way, anyone who's like, I'm 6'6", I'm a gigantic human being, and it sucks to be gigantic. But anyone who's vertical knows that the back and vertebra sucks. Like, it's the sucky part. Like, no one's like, oh man, my vertebrae are doing great today. Like, that's not how that works. Your arm might feel good. You might feel stacked after like a nice workout, but you've never been like, my vertebra rules. Like, no, in fact, it's the opposite. I have a chipped vertebra from being dropped on a fucking barricade in a concert. Other people I know have had cracked. They've grinded them down. That our lives exist in a way that is taking our spine that my dog doesn't have. My dog has a dog. My dog doesn't have the wearing of that. As they're describing in rail cars and early wagons, you just like constantly, like really hard. And what it would do is it would cause spines to compress, and people would literally go mad from the injury. Like, shit isn't made for spines. Spinal catastrophism is about why did we humans, all of us, have spines? Why did we make a world that sucks for spines? That's what the book's about. And like I said, it's a cute idea. It's really interesting. They shit on it. They just shit all over it. But then they're like, oh, it's totally true. Like, this is what I would keep saying. Like, I will take any day of the week a fucking reactionary or anyone who's like, if you're intellectually honest, be that and be like, this is weird. Why the fuck are we like, why the fuck did we create a world that's like shitty for us? Which is, by the way, like, I think a bog standard question I'd love to have anyone argue is not the case. We've made a world that's bad for us. But yeah, Henry knows what it's like to be. My kids are both tall, and they're 2 and 4. They're 2 and 6, so they're not like old enough for me to know what height they're going to be. But I'm hoping they hit like 6 to 6'2", like, which is a nice height. 6'6", the world's not made for you, and everything sucks. And I was a chef for a while, and I had to get specifically shoes that had flatter soles. They make them, by the way. They're basically like soleless shoes with like socks, basically, but they're like really sticky. And then on top of that, I had to have cutting boards added that added an extra 2 inches. It's like, God. But this is the thing. We made a world that's sucky for us. That's the point of spinal catastrophism. Is like we've always had back pain. We've made life worse constantly. Why are we making everything always worse for our spines that we are always going to have? That's the
understanding your place in the world, and you have to ask yourself, what do we do with these people? The soul, people that we would call the bug man, or people that some would even just say soulless. And there is this great reinterpretation, especially in the last 250 years, where time is now just this pure form of commodity, where it is sort of either A, enjoy yourself, or B, produce, make, build, grow, hustle, grind, etc. Whereas both the ancients, both pre-Christian and Christian, had a pretty deep and wonderful understanding of what our time is for, and that we don't have a lot of it, and we know that at any point in time it can be taken away from us. I mean,
I know this is what your father told you.
Pagan writings themselves, like, oh, well, the life and not knowing our death is actually a great gift for us to enjoy the fullness of it and to seek our great glory. That way, when we do die, people will remember us being part of our life and being able to tell its story effectively. Or even in the Christian sense, that you do not know when the master returns. He can come like a thief in the night, and is often sung in various services, behold, the bridegroom cometh in the middle of the night. Blessed is the servant who keeps watch. That is totally taken away in a context where rise, grind, eat, sleep, replete, reduce, produce, goon, whatever, anything that might be there. It's all there for the explicit purpose of production. Because, your ability to be a desiring machine means that you're going to take part of this Dracula vampiric flow in which all things must be stolen from you. Your vril is being stolen from you. Your life is being stolen from you. Your chance to repent is being stolen from you because it isn't part of the concept of production, which is why I kind of find it funny looking at this.
So, okay. They're stuck in Marx, which is actually kind of funny. And they're stuck in, I would say, remedial Marx. So where a lot of people go wrong with Marx is they think Marx is like anti-work or anti-production, or anti-profit even, as a thing. And none of these are things he says. Marx critiques capitalism. He sees it as a transition period, the same way that you would say that monarchy with parliament is a transition that you might end up with democracy. Marx kind of saw capitalism this way. But for him, the thing that's like really particular is not that people work. In fact, a productive life is actually really important to him, and Deleuze and Guattari as well. But productive is the operant term there. What does productive mean? How is something productive? How does a person find their way to be productive? And there's a lot of difficulty when we start having this conversation because there's a lot of presumptions around what any of these things mean. For Deleuze and Guattari, which is the one I think we care about here, the goal is to think about why we're producing as we are and how production is working. To them, it's not that, and again, they're oversimplifying when they say that capitalism is requiring everything be done for production. It's hard for me not to say that, like, that's always been the case for humanity, that things are done to produce things. Whether you're hunting in an uncontacted tribe in prehistory, or you're a serf who's milling the fields, like, everyone does things for production. Even the person on disability who's at home playing Second Life and being a horse in it that's fucking people, they are themselves, like, producing. Now, is it good production or bad production? Like, these are the larger conversations. So it's not a question of whether or not, oh, it's all for production. It's always all been for production. The question is how production is determined. And that's why they break history into the three pieces that they do. You start the first part with the earth socius, as they call about it. And I'm going to go back through all of them because I kind of have to. With uncontacted tribes, prehistorical groups, they use the term the earth because these groups write in the earth. They record in the earth. Everything is done with the earth, all production. When they hunt, they are carving into the earth their walking paths that's left behind. When they farm, they're carving into the ground with an ox. They carve into the earth their existence. And it's a recording of what they've done. Archaeologists call this that when they look at these incredible ruins, they're really recordings in the earth more often than not. So what determines production there? Well, here it is the earth, the territory, the entirety of existence. Your job is to survive. And it's small groups. There's not a lot of organization here, not as we know it. People do what they need to be doing. You are sort of coded, and this is a anthropological term when we talk about how people get the positions that they have, or how rules or rituals become a thing. If we would go way back before history, that's why it's tough. It is pre-written history, but drop 20 people in a fucking field and they don't have anywhere to go. Say it's a fucking video game or whatever. The first thing people do is people do what they are capable of, and they start talking like, okay, I can hunt. I'm really fast. I can do that. And so they go do it. And then someone's like, I can cook. I say it's me. I love to cook. I can cook. And someone else says, I can do this. And then everyone starts doing stuff, and we start organizing and figuring things out. And we repetitively do these things for months and then years. And then we have children. Now, what we see, we knew Brooks does this, Steve does that, John does this, whatever. But what's seen as people sort of experience it and they're trying to repeat it is they try to copy the person who's doing it. They don't copy the actions, but they try to copy who that person is. Because a tall person is required to do a certain thing. A strong person is required to do another thing. Maybe not even required, but best at it. A short person for another thing. Children for another thing. These elements, as they're repeated for generations, we're talking not 5 years, we're talking hundreds of years, if not thousands. These rules become coded, and these codes become passed on harshly. A hunter doesn't go out, hunt, kill, and eat his kill. His job is to hunt while he's hunting. He hunts and he brings his kill back. He doesn't exist to consume anything. He exists to be that part in this network of codes. This is important because at some point when you have a bunch of these people together and you get to 1,000 people, you run into a weird problem. You've got too many people. They need water. How do you deliver water to people? Before, it would be the people who like strong or even not strong, just walk down, get a bucket, fucking bring it back. Someone dig a trench maybe. And so you wouldn't have to go as far. But once you get to like 1,000 people, you can't just have everyone coming and getting water. How are you going to do the farms? How are you going to feed the cattle? How are you going to clean everything, wash? Like water is incredibly important to everything we do. So someone goes, well, actually that river over there, I bet you John, Ben and I, we could build like an aqueduct system and we could figure out how to divert it so it goes to everybody. This is different. It's always been that things have been coded based on kind of immediate needs. We need food, go hunt. You bring back the hunt, it's distributed. It's kept in there. The group addresses what they do contingently, what is around what they have. But this is different. This is a project. This is a project that'll take months, maybe years, maybe decades. An aqueduct is no fucking joke. So how do you do that? Well, the people who are working on it won't have the ability to do anything else except work on it, and it'll take a lot of them. So how do you set that up? Well, they need to have food. They need to be taken care of, even though their work is wholly non-productive for the group. Well, how do you determine who does that? Well, someone has to be in charge. Someone has to be the management. Someone has to be at the top. They determine where it's built, who's doing what. You're carving blocks. We need a bunch of you over there to carve blocks. For what? It doesn't matter. Just fucking get the blocks done. Tends to be the conversation. It's not far from, actually, if you've ever been in corporate America, it's not far from how corporate America works very much. But this dude suddenly controls everyone. And everyone also knows he controls the water. He controls the water. You don't want to upset this guy. Suddenly he's in charge. Suddenly he's set up. Suddenly he is the despot, and the first state exists. This is how in Iraq, the first city-state, the first state as we know it, the first hierarchized state that ever existed. This is how that happened. It's water. Wonderful book, Oriental Despotism by Wittfogel, goes through the entire process. It's incredible. But now, it's not any longer, as it was, about sort of having kids or having my kids marry someone else. Now, I'm having kids to work for someone else. Now, all the stuff we did, which was pretty much immediate. It was I would do a thing, I'd go hunt, I'd cook, I'd do the things that needed to get done in the moment. Now, I'm doing what Steve needs. And Steve is giving edicts. He's giving orders. He's giving control. How order and production is determined here, because everyone's still productive, but now it's determined by Steve, the despot, as Deleuze and Guattari call it, the single point, the man in control. And the man is even irrelevant. Very often you're talking about over thousands of years, many men filling that position. And in fact, Kafka wrote a great story about it, but it's really common for the king to have died or the despot to have died and people still to be worshiping him 20, 30, 40, 50 years later because the village never got word. That shit happened a lot. But he now says how production happens, and it happens for him. He says something, it gets done. His control, his word, his edict. So now we've got two ways production has been set. One is by the earth, the recordings of the earth, the immediate environment we're in, how we live, survival. Then it's the despot, slightly larger sort of meta conversation around the despot saying how we are done, what we do, and how we work. Then along comes someone who realizes, because they've got money to do all this stuff. At some point, they're paying the aqueduct people in money, in cash. We're not at capitalism yet because, gold bullion's not capital. Mercantilism isn't capital. Money's not capital. These are fiat currencies. These are set in a specific way. This isn't quite capital yet. But at some point, I keep a little bit of my extra profit that I have from my, pizza place. And I go, actually, I'm going to save some of this profit instead of spending it. And I open a second one. Still not capitalism. Let me finish. We're getting there. And then I get a little bit more extra profit. And then I realize I can take that and I can actually invest in Steve's business. And I don't have to work at all. I invest. Steve goes out and does his thing. And I get 20, 30% returns on what Steve's doing. This is weird. Because now I've done nothing, but capital made more capital. Money made more money directly. That's new. That's very new here. And here's where it takes the turn, because as I do this, or other people start doing this, and everyone's doing this, suddenly the question is, where is investment going? People want to put investment where the biggest returns are. Not what's the most profitable, not what the best, not what the despot wants, not what the earth wants, not what survival needs. What is the biggest return in the shortest amount of time? Now we've got to capitalism, because capital chooses what production happens. No one else does. Capital's making the selection across the board. This setup is a question of how we actually choose to make what we do, how production chooses what we do. It's not bad that this is the case in capital. Again, none of this is bad. This is outlining this process so that way we can have real conversations around how these things work and what we might be able to do to shift it. Because if capital is making these choices, if it's setting it up, then really it starts including the state as part of it. This is why we run into a hilarious corporatist bullshit that the U.S. government's wonderful at, because we run into, as Marx said, the state and the government being intertwined. The state's there to regulate capital, make sure it keeps working, but also make sure it keeps working and not to allow any threats to it. This back and forth. This is what is happening. Production is necessary throughout all the D&G's work. There is no one has to work ever again thing. That's not the idea. It's not that people don't have to be productive. Everyone's always going to be productive, whether they want to or not. They just aren't producing the way that we like it or the good kind or whatever, but everyone's always producing. The question is, why are they producing? And it's because of the social system that we're in. Short version. That's very, very, very long. Hope that was at least a decent explanation. This infuriates me though.
In sort of this, in a Christian perspective, is like they kind of understand that like the world, i.e., like the prince of this world, ain't good for you. But also your idea of being dead to the world is far more, dare I say, schizophrenic, dare I say, lack of making sense than even sort of the Christian context of being dead to the world. Because death to the world is death to the passions. It's death to the things that would want us to be part of this desire machine flow. But for them, they want to take that even further and say, no, God's not real. The sky daddy is dumb because it's a method of controlling you. So instead, you...
That's not in the... I could easily make the argument that they are not only not atheist, they're more Christian than these two guys. Spinoza, who was a deeply, deeply religious philosopher, had a very particular notion for God that Deleuze absolutely ascribes to. So the idea that they're anti-God or anything, they're anti-Christianity because of what Christianity's become. Let's be fair. There's a lot of kid rape going on. Not a lot of us should be fans of that. But there's not a lot of like Reddit atheism happening with D&G. That's not the setup. It's not any of that. It's the Nietzschean critique of like, there are people who feel guilt and people who profit off of teaching you how to feel guilt, which is my favorite critique of religion there is. It's Nietzsche. And that's their point.
You should just eat ass like Mozart and break away from the assemblages and move on from a society that is capitalistic, fascistic, and thus free yourself from power by that liberation. But as we kind of tell from our reading of this and also just sort of the breakdown of it, it leaves you wondering how much of that can actually be feasible. And this is where you get the discussion about desire, nomadology, the sort of different Deleuzian readings from Justin Murphy and our friend Last Things.
Justin Murphy's readings are awful. He sucks. Don't read him. He's terrible.
But even then, that form of piracy and nomadology, which kind of works kind of well with Bap's idea of being the nomad, but also it doesn't. It sort of still leaves you as an outsider to a system that will try its best to treat you as an...
They absolutely do not advocate for people to become schizophrenic in a capitalist society. They literally say the opposite in every single way. And they absolutely do not want to just simply end capitalism. Unbelievable.
Enemy, treat you as an outsider, and try its best to institutionalize.
They go out of their way to talk about how the prehistorical tribes are not one of peace and oneness with nature, but instead a brutal system of scarification and pain and horror in order to keep you in line, in order to control desire. That the despot is unbridled, brutal political power, and that capitalism luckily has this economic system that breaks down the codes of old, that gives us freedom. It comes with baggage of old. That's the parts of capitalism that they are going into here. But the deconstruction, the things that's great, the ability for a person who once would have had a job doing one thing, running the bellows at a blacksmith for the rest of their fucking life because they were born into it and that's the fucking way you go, that's gone, is amazing. There's a lot of other bad shit, do not get me wrong, but that thing, that lack of determination in our careers, that we aren't determined in a position thanks to the coding of society, this is what Marx loved. This is the good thing. As I've said, if all of us had a farm, and we're the only people on Earth, all of us had a farm, not even though all of us had a farm, we're working together. I'm the egg guy, and I make a machine that does all my work in the morning by me pressing a button, and I stop working. But I do my stuff. There's still all the eggs. I just press a button. What then? The question is not, do we eliminate this and return to some anarcho-communist nightmare, or that we should destroy everything and go back to monarchism, or any of these things. The ability for us to understand how we can find these moments and that we can be freed by finding efficient ways to use it. The challenge is that in capitalism, I don't get to enjoy the fact that I don't have to work because all the eggs are being made. This is the problem. As I've said with AI, AI coming and taking people's jobs. The first jobs it's taking are, I've come from video games and development, so the first jobs it's taking are texture artists, people who do the lint or the tire tracks or the tire treads on all the cars in Grand Theft Auto. No one went to art school to do that. No one. No one. AI's freeing that up. But we live in a system and a society, and we're set up in a way that means when I don't have work to do, because even though all my work's getting done, even all the productivity is happening, in fact, more is happening, but I don't see any of that. I have to starve to death because I'm not able to figure out how to do something else. That's the challenge. This is the negative. We have so much incredible power and productivity kept up in a system that's being extracted by a handful and by a system that's just willing to exploit and destroy it. It's incredible. Well, is the guy defending capitalism now? I don't know if you're talking about me. I'm not defending capitalism. I'm saying it's better than the others. But, yeah. Better than the others. DG say the same, so.
Marginalize you, or as we've seen so adequately with the right in the United States and in Canada elsewhere, put you in jail for simply.
Tom says, capitalism is awesome because those who utilize resources in the most effective manner not only benefit themselves but society around them. I don't consider present-day U.S. capitalism. I'm going to try this. Let's say that it is. Let's say today is capitalism. Because this is what we call the system. This is what D&G are talking about is the system today. What they're talking about here is kind of what I'm going to use your terms, that there's kind of two parts. There's the state mechanism that's built in, the hierarchy of capitalism that's built in, but also this economic system. They are currently peanut butter in my chocolate kind of fucked up together. And the economic system without totalizing power would be really interesting to D&G. Oh, I'm not being sarcastic or no, it's not satire at all, Hunter. I can't tell if you're talking to me or not. It's tough. Capitalism's a complex thing. But no, D&G are very open to this idea of how the systems are currently working. They go with Marx. Marx did not shit on the idea of freeing man from determined positions in society. Marx was not someone who was like, God, I wish monarchies had stuck around. It's a shame that we've got industrial capital. He's saying industrial capital's fucked up for the following reasons, and we need to continue to work to the next thing. That's the setup. That's the setup. That's the whole thing. It's tough. There's a lot of nuance to all of this. That's the challenge.
Simply saying, there are too many fucking Indians here.
Yeah, and you made
Jesus
a
Christ,
great
these
point
fucking
there. I
guys.
just wanted to circle back to where you said, and this is the reason we care about this, that we can be with many of these authors on the same track for quite some time and agree on maybe some foundational premises and issues, but there's
Oh, Hunter's talking about Tom. Oh no, Tom was open. He's a mega libertarian, laissez-faire. I'm assuming Randian type or in that vein. He hasn't said so, but generally, and we don't shit on people for just saying what they are. We shit on them for what they do. So we'll see how Tom handles himself. No, this guy hates Indian people. If you haven't noticed, by the way. It's like the fourth time today, and it's been in the other talks before, constantly, because I think he's a Canadian who hates Indians. The whole thing.
There's always a fork. There's always, what do you call a fork in a track? I'm not a railway guy, but the paths diverge. And the paths diverge.
And be kind. General theory of the QC has always been the same thing. There's intellectual honesty and curiosity within a person. I don't give a fuck what you call yourself or how you say things. Welcome. If there's not, I don't care if you're on my side.
Diverge, where, like you had just said, one side, our side, seeks the transcendent. We agree all the issues with modernity, with the prison, the hellscape we live in, whatever it might be. But we still have the desire to seek out something transcendent, something true, something real behind all this, something eternal even, which is why many of us, even those who are devout Christians, also have a deep fascination with mythology. Even someone like E. Michael Jones, who's a Catholic, of course.
Tom, so Peter Schiff is actually had conversations with him. Had a weird life, Tom. You may learn at some point. Peter Schiff is fascinating. I was very blunt with him because I kind of expected him to be the person. D&G write about, and we even talked about it because these guys brought it up. But Marx also talks about early capitalists who were very open about how the system worked and weren't treating it like it was a secret to be kept or fooling themselves. Elon Musk is fooling himself. He isn't the same thing. Peter Schiff surprised me. I was actually really kind of blunt with him about a handful of things. He tended to agree, and we actually had a really interesting discussion. I don't like a great deal of his politics, but I do appreciate him in that weird way. He tends to be a bit doomer for me these days. I used to listen to him as a thing. He's very doomer, and it's kind of repetitive at this point. But yeah, it's a reflective journey. It's not really philosophy as a thing. He is talking about economics, but it's doomer. It's a tough one. We'll discuss this another time. I'm gonna annoy Tom another time, but I'm always fascinated. These guys are starting to get repetitive to me, so I'm starting to get a little tired. His
Logos Rising book, like he goes back to the Greeks. He goes back as far as he can to trace some of these old ideas. Anyway, we detect that there's something there that we can investigate.
These guys are
whereas these guys
repetitive and they're
just
starting to
destroy it
lose
all because
me.
they don't believe in truth. In fact, the desire to seek out truth itself is the problem, is what they're saying. Like you need to
sort of
want insane destruction. That's what this is, and that's why it's so similar to spinal catastrophism. Like I really do think both of these books, indeed most of the literature that emerges from the space, I'm not sure Zizek does, because I read Incontinence of the Void, so he might take a different approach. However,
he does not.
Just like
really,
with spinal catastrophism, this ends with destruction, basically. Like you need to gloriously pursue destruction of everything that you are. And so again, like once you cut all this stuff away, the prescription, the solution is I can't go with them on that. I can't go with them down that track. I don't think that's ever something we can reconcile with that side. So it's not an issue of definitions. It's not an issue of, we're saying the same thing in a different way. No, like I really do think there's within the fucking DNA of us and our opponents, there's something different. And I don't think we can ever be friends at that level for people who take these ideas as seriously as these two do anyway.
Yeah, and it is interesting.
See, It's just a really weird way to phrase it. It's like, yeah, that's
that
just
even
very.
to go back to mythology, for them they just see this as this like eternal recurrence, this eternal return to forms of power and control.
Oh my god. Okay. The eternal recurrence, the eternal return, the vicious circle, as Klosowski calls it, is a Nietzschean concept of the existence of our own repetition, the repetition of everything constantly repeating within ourselves. This is that is not a sentence he just said that relates to anything Nietzsche ever said in any way at all, or DNG ever said in any way at all. This is nothing at all. This is why people fucking hate these books, is because of people like this. Because they see shit like this and like, oh wow, these guys are fucking weird. I guess only losers read it. It's like, yeah, fuck.
Although for us, we go back to what came before as a method to see what has existed in forms in which has kept us sane, but has kept us on there. I mean, even in times in early Christianity, I mean, like Saint Basil the Great has a whole address to young men on Greek literature. How you're actually going to benefit from reading like the pagans and to see the great poets and philosophers.
Reflective Journey says, did they just give the basic friend-enemy distinction as justification? Yes. And no, they did not see the irony at all. They literally just said, well, people who believe I need to be just like, it's, again, they're doing all the things necessary to basically say, hey, it turns out we agree with everything in this book, and we're just going to display to you exactly what D&G are saying about people like us.
And see how that brings you to where you are now in this Christian age. Like the same thing for us. We want to go back and we want to look upon, but we also have to look upon the writings that kind of form the basis of our enemies. And that to a large extent also includes reading these books.
Dude,
because that requires us to look at how did they get here? How did we get here? And what are they looking at the world now?
I know you're not doing that.
And what
I know you're not doing that, because if you read this book, you would in it see the Democrats. That's how I know you're lying. You're lying. You have no interest in learning about your enemies. You just want to shit on things that they like because it makes you feel better. It is not hard to see Biden, Kamala, Obama, and all these fuckers, the Democrats, and just a fucking metric ton of people in this book and shit on them and be angry about it. You can do that. I've done that. I've done readings pre this election, oh my God, it's a lot of elections. God, I've been doing this too long. You can do that. You can do that. And it's an intellectually honest way to engage the book. If you wanted what you just said. We know you don't. Now, you say this, and I know you say these things, but you don't mean these things.
Can we benefit from it? And what can we avoid? There are good things to take from this stuff.
LGBT feminist gamer, pink hair, I have pronouns too. Rolls eyes. No, I think pink hair looks cool. I have pronouns too. I'm pretty sure everyone has pronouns, by the way. Do you not?
Particularly, I think, with respects to what they wish to break away from, or some of the problems that capitalism.
I don't believe in that crap. Okay, it. What the fuck? Do you know what a pronoun is? Holy shit. Holy shit. I love you. I love these stupid people. I don't want to be referred to as a thing that exists. Watch Candace Owens. I mean, you don't have a pronoun. You use it pronouns? So you have pronouns. You just said you didn't have pronouns. Are you retarded? I think you're retarded. Retarded people go in timeout.
Does have. Even though Marx and these guys have some very valid critiques of the system, doesn't mean that their solutions are correct. There's still a lot that on this side of things we can learn from. Now, the question, and this is what I think makes it so interesting about right-wingers reading this stuff, and I'm sure that you might agree with me here, Dimes, is that we don't have the same praxis in mind with respects to taking these ideas away from it, because we're rooted in something transcendent, something that has tangible biological reality.
Let's go over a definition. I want to just make sure I get transcendent, adjective, beyond or above the range of normal physical human experience. So, transcendent means things not of the material world.
Reading the stuff, and I'm sure that you might agree with me here, Dimes, is that we don't have the same praxis in mind with respects to taking these ideas away from it, because we're rooted in something transcendent, something that has tangible biological reality.
We are rooted in something transcendent that is material. Excellent. Excellent work. That is how you use words very, very, very correctly. It's like saying penultimate when you mean ultimate, or literal when you mean figurative. It's really just amazing. Amazing.
And something that has been proved by just proof of concept and proof of life in history throughout all of human existence. And so, with that, we kind of have the home field advantage of just, our shit actually works.
Well, like we had said at the very
Our shit actually works. It is transcendent material.
beginning, when they're talking about the root of this problem being.
Also, I'll mention DNG and Anti-Oedipus go over why their shit works. Particularly
in the family from the very early stages, even passively, even unconsciously. Well, that is it, isn't it? That is the problem. Like our
Karasu. These people I had conversations with, some of the circle before, has no idea of biology. I am shocked. Shocked, I tell you. Shocked. Not really shocked, actually, at all. In any way. Not shocked at all.
Our thing is generative. Our thing is the root of everything. If you want to agree that, yes, this all emerges from the family formation and the birth of hierarchy and these relationships.
No. The family formation, as DNG sort of outlined, is not the root of everything. It's also not an illusion or anything. It's none of the words that they're using for this. Family is a social and historical reality that is utilized in very particular ways, and our existence in family is utilized in particular ways by society, and we build ourselves within that. It's really, again, if you had intellectual honesty, you wouldn't be saying any of this shit. You would have, it's amazing.
Within the household, and then that expands outward in concentric circles into hierarchies of larger and larger complexity. And as we make our own machines and we create these vast systems of thought and analysis, like, yeah, it's true. It actually does start with that, and we can trace the line. I just don't agree that that's bad, and I don't agree that it's if we do agree that it's always going to advance, like there is an accelerationist sense here, and I believe they outright say, like, you need to increase this complexity until it collapses on itself and makes everyone schizophrenic. Well, then,
That's
it's
not at all what they
communists
say.
love saying this fucking thing that their utopia is inevitable. Well, then I guess we'll wait, because you can't do anything about it. You can't do anything to stop this.
That would be not what DNG are about. The transcendent utopia of communism often is held by actually tankies, who are very much fascist. So I don't even know.
It's not really. The only solution you have is to just like go insane and go with the flow. That's really what schizoanalysis is just like, okay, just decouple from all meaning and just you're the king of interpreting things. That's what it is. Like people give you one word, you turn it around in your head, and you say something else until they don't want to talk to you anymore. That's what a schizoanalysis is. Like you're something that cannot function within this system, and then people just leave you alone, I guess. So you're just an insane hobo eventually. And if there's enough insane hobos who don't know how to do anything, then I guess society fixes itself. You know what I mean? Like it's that part's not serious, I don't think. But the seriousness that they're grappling with is that they're looking at their communist Marxist project and saying, well, this didn't work. Well, it didn't work because it can't fucking work. And they're, like I said, at least they're taking it seriously that none of their economic paradigms, none of their fucking solutions to the problem of class can ever fucking work unless reality is torn down and reconstituted in a new fucking seed that they plant, which is called, I guess, horny schizophrenia, talking about fucking butts and asses all the time.
Tom Verdakis says centralizing power is fascist. Yes. Okay. You're not nearly what you yeah. It's the state apparatus is the centralization of power utilized through the capitalist system of economy. And the problem is that the current system of economy necessitates the state apparatus. And they're kind of bed brothers. There's parts of the systems that work incredibly well, that do amazing things, that free us from overdetermined desire, overcoded. But this is just fucking garbage. These guys.
You know, it's funny. My mind is immediately thinking of like the Cloward Piven or Cloward Piven strategy. You know, just like, oh, just accelerate the system so it collapses so we can get.
Wig says, I have trouble calling the Jacobins fascist. True, but that's a contextual thing. Like if I showed up and I started doing that shit now, it would be pretty, yeah. And Tom's like, did they end up killing a bunch of people? I don't know if that's, there's a lot of issues with a lot of things. I don't have it's not as, for example, if we were to go say, we want to have a single seat of power with the king for the world, this is very, very just fascist. That's fucking easy. The centralizing of power, the investment in the structures that drive power and resentment and oppression. We get invested in those. All of us are, no matter how much we want to say otherwise. There's no one here who's not. There's no one you know who's like a pure soul or any of that. This shit doesn't exist. We're all invested in some capacity in the way things are, somehow. I don't know what it is, doesn't matter. Those investments in those structures rear their head in our actions. Maybe not all the time, but they do. They rear our head. This is fascising. Jacobin's more fascising than other shit, but in comparison to different things, yeah. If the Jacobins showed up at like an anarchist camp and started doing their shit, they're fascist. So it's kind of it's tough.
Wealth redistribution. Well, it turns out that the system would rather just like euthanize you and replace you with like an immigrant from the third world before it dare try and collapse into itself.
I do.
Jesus fucking Christ. The racism is amazing. Oh. Don't say third world, by the way. Just don't do that. That's not a thing, really. It's kind of a weird term, and we shouldn't say it. All humanity are humans.
I wonder, like, you read the second book.
Oh, like years ago. It has been so long since I've read Thousand Plateaus.
I do wonder what they would say with the 20th century.
What's the point of racializing this anyway? Do you want me to read some Anti-Oedipus? Because I will read some Anti-Oedipus. I just said that we're invested in these things, and they rear their head in ugly ways. This is the way that this happens. This is the thing. This is the holy shit. This is the response, and it's effective. It's emotional, and it hits everyone in some way or some other way. The fact that this is now the 5th or 6th time he has said that there's too many Indians and that India is a shitty third world hellhole and all this stuff. No, Tom. This is not This is not light racism. This is him saying there's 1,000 Indians running my local McDonald's and ruining it. A little bit different. They're really racializing it particularly. And with one race specifically, not even making like good jokes about it, like poor jokes about it. But the reason it's happening is because they have this response to the emotion, against change, resentment, the repression. They have that response, and so they bring it up. We all do it in some capacity. They're just doing it a lot. And again, the setup and how is the point, and it's again, they've almost made the point themselves more and more and more. You mentioned resentment in the context of power centralization. I have a slight understanding of resentment. What does that have to do with power and fascism? I would say Nietzsche kind of goes into this really well. I have another video on the channel if you search for it on resentment and sort of how it rears its head. Nietzsche gives the example of the sheep angry with the eagle. I'm just going to go straight to it. An eagle dives down, picks up a baby sheep, and the dad sheep goes, "Can't you control yourself? I don't dive out of the sky all day." That's resentment. It's your own ineffectuality, your own impotence in various ways because of the limitations of reality, your world, whatever limitations you placed on yourself. But the feeling of I can't do a thing, the feeling of I can't, and so you shouldn't. That step is where we see actually a huge amount of repression take place. And it's deeply fascizing because those people who are in power spend their time doing this, wanting to place objects of control, wanting to say, I don't do this, you shouldn't either. I wouldn't do such a thing, even though it's that they couldn't, they've never really had a shot, whatever it is, it's these things. So it's a really particular strain, but this is how it touches into it. If it makes sense, Hunter. I have another video that goes into it really well. It's pretty good. We are not into Carl Jung here. I've liked Jung. I've read all of it. I've even read Peterson's takes on it that were sort of good actually before he went his way. But D&G very much standing in opposition to a lot of Jung. Jung and Freud were sort of at each other. These guys take it in an even larger direction, and it's almost impossible for me to sort of shorten. But I'll just say it's the almost the opposite of what D&G are doing, but it's in subtle ways, not overall ways. It's kind of a fun thing. It's a long conversation.
21st century, reality that we live in. I wonder how, and I'm asking very openly, like what they would, do you think that anything we're experiencing now would challenge anything that they believe?
No.
I mean, I think that they would, at least in the Thousand Plateaus, one of the things that I really do remember, and that this is where you get more of the rhizomatic stuff, and then also, some of them, of course, are talking about the face. There's a whole chapter on like the face, faciality, and
Faciality is
somehow
an
like,
amazing
we
chapter.
use the face to overcode the body, but it's also in tension with like the world around us, specifically our geography, the landscape. I think that they would probably have a lot more to say, especially now towards the changing landscape, not just like actual geography, but also the changing landscape of what is the social contract today, because they spend so much time again focusing on the psychoanalysts that I don't think that I think they would have a lot more to say about the expectations of a society on the mind as the changing social contract. Like, I can only imagine how much shit they would have to say about COVID. I can only imagine about like the essential worker.
Zizek wrote 2 fucking books on it. Well,
it's I can't even start really.
Well, we haven't decided what our next book is going to be, although you and I were having some discussion.
Whole Indian thing could stem from scammers, psychopathic mushrooms are ugly. Sure. There's we're not saying that people don't have excuses or reasons for it. he's going out of his way in some pretty bad ways. But again, as I've said, and I've said every one of these videos, these guys, just like all of us, are produced by the realities of our situations and the experiences and the material conditions through which we are formed. And they could be as simple as they had a bad experience with a scammer. It could be that they saw their dad as a child talk about how awful it was that these guys were buying the local gas station or buying the local McDonald's and shitting on all the things. There's a million reasons. I don't care about reasons. Again, I actually don't even care if necessarily someone's outwardly racist. It's frustrating, specifically when they're doing it in response to a book that is about how these things come about, and they're doing it in a bad faith way.
Questions about that. It'd be fun to go into Zizek on that on one of his COVID books.
Our problem is we have so many that we actually have like many options. It's just which one to do first.
I think your initial suggestion, sorry to get off topic, but like I think your initial suggestion that we pick like a Ta-Nehisi Coates or one of these like big race grifter books and take.
I mean, I do hate those books. They did a White Fragility recently, which is like fine. Like these are not in line with the things that they think they're in line with. They're garbage books, but it's just so frustrating. I think do we have any more? I'm gonna see if the transcript gives us a view of things. Go all the way down the fuck. Come on. All right. They do go through a few things. We're gonna skip ahead a little bit.
Of our lungs, praying to some unknown entity in this digital ayahuasca astral plane that someone will hear us. And we've been blessed. Dimes and I are very blessed to have an audience, and we're thankful for it. But at the same time, we know that there are much louder screams or much quieter screams that can only be heard on certain frequencies that will tell you this is the way the messages are going to go. Behind every breaking news that's on Twitter that's usually drama related, there's a small cabal of group chats that are half-cocked and working on plans to make it happen. And I think that when you read books like this allows you to sort of disassociate from a little bit of what we're told is the world, and instead recontextualize it in a way that allows us to understand maybe things are not what they seem, and maybe we should be looking at it in a contrarian, anti-way. But for Deleuze and Guattari, I mean, at the end of it all, it's all about power and control. But we know on the right, being on the side of order, being on the side of truth, being on the side of God, that is not the end result that we want. But it's important to understand these self-destructive chiliastic tendencies, lest we fall into the delusion that maybe they have a point and we should pursue these logical conclusions.
And one thing that even Foucault points out in Madness and Civilization, here I go citing Foucault, but he viewed the psychoanalytic relationship, the therapist's chair, as just the latest in a long chain of prisons. Whereas historically you had exile or, from the community, then you had imprison, like we're going to keep you here. But the psychoanalyst's chair, the therapist's chair is it's a different type of, it's a constant interrogation your entire life. Because you can stop being a criminal, but you can never stop being mentally ill. So you're always imprisoned, not only being interrogated by your therapist, but eventually interrogating yourself.
I'm going to allow that and not say anything because I think the sentiment is close. I think.
So, one of the reasons that we came to this, I mentioned this right at the top about the friend of mine asking me about like the body without organs and stuff. Like, what does it mean to be Deleuzian? I guess that's really what drove me to want to read books like this.
To me, when someone asks, "Are you Deleuzian?" I say no. And I'm probably the closest you could ever find to someone who you would probably call Deleuzian. So,
which is the same drive that Deleuze and Guattari went on, which is why do people keep voting for fascists? Why do people like fascism? What is it in here that explains this thing that shouldn't be existing according to us? So I wanted to answer the question, like, why in 2024, going into 2025, do we have terms like Deleuzian? And schizoanalysis is a funny thing because you
because
had
people like
correctly
you
just
totalize
pointed out that
everything.
people will use the term schizophrenic when they mean to say neurotic, or they, neurotic is someone that creates,
Oh, this is going to break me.
who laser focuses on these systems and creates these vast balconies and constructs to explain something. It's very autistic.
That's not what a neurotic is, you fucking moron.
Schizo is the opposite of that. It's just taking the world as it is. So people just completely inverted the definition of schizoanalysis. Term schizophrenic when they mean to say neurotic, or they, neurotic is someone that creates, who laser focuses on these systems and creates these vast balconies and constructs to explain something. It's very autistic. Schizo is the opposite of that. It's just
How are you doing? Let's talk about psychological terms, because they are actually fucking defined, and they are out there. And Deleuze and Guattari are using them as they were defined in 1971. And so to talk about how these work in time, the schizophrenic umbrella covered a lot of stuff in that year. It's really not a great time to sort of be anything in there. We didn't really denote things. We have stuff like Asperger's, which recently went away for sort of a gradated autistic scale. But autism was part of schizophrenia. Neuroticism was not. Now, there's a reason for this. There's a couple important things. The first is that when they referred to schizophrenia, they were actually talking mostly about autism. When you're talking about schizophrenia, you're also talking about autism. Schizoaffective disorder is actually kind of in that same line. It has to do with the inability to connect things as socially understood. A neurotic can do that. A neurotic can absolutely do that. A neurotic is not what you're thinking about, someone who's like slightly autistic. A neurotic is someone who is filled with anxiety, worry, self-hatred, guilt. A neurotic is overwhelmed with their own internal personality and how they're thinking, what they are, how they're measuring up to the world, how the world sees them. This is what a neurotic is. A neurotic is someone who's filled with anxiety. Someone who's autistic or schizophrenic are actually on the same side of things. You were just completely wrong. So is your audience member or whoever said that to you. Flatly wrong. Just flatly wrong.
Just taking the world as it is. So people just completely inverted the definition of schizoanalysis, but it doesn't matter. Why do we still have that term? And I want to solve, and I believe you do too, what is it about these ideas, these books, this idea, anything that ends with Ian, like Deleuzian, Faustian, whatever, what is it in the organism of this idea that has withstood the...
Usually when we utilize the term Faustian, Deleuzian, Kafkaesque, we're referring to the persona of the person who created it and the concepts they created, and we're placing it in the image of thought as a series of relationships and personalities with which we're able to tarry and relate things to each other.
The entropy of our civilization, of our society. Why is it relevant? Because it clearly is. If something is popular, I don't think we have the privilege or the power.
Like Jerry says, also psych is still in flux, but psych is always in flux. That's fair. I shouldn't be. I'm just trying to deal with this, so I did overstay. Right. There's now an understanding of putting schizophrenia and autism on a spectrum, on the same spectrum. Yes, and it's similar to, again, the important thing to understand is that how we're talking about the schiz process. And again, they're using the term because they didn't really have autism then. Autism was a specific category of almost automatism was the term, which is people who automatically behave and do their thing. And autism was reserved for what we might call a non-responsive autistic. But autism wasn't a gradient. It was kind of this kind of end of the road, to be frank, depressingly. Schizophrenia is much more of the active side of what is on the spectrum you're talking about. It's really fascinating. But all of it is related to how one parses information and signification socially. So it's a really interesting specific space, because again, when they're talking about the schiz, they're talking about all this. They're talking about the process of how we layer things together and how we sort of zipper up all the different little teeth of meaning in order to say what we're going to say. And that process has a normative and it has a non-normative. That non-normative is the schiz. It's the sort of base desire versus what everyone wants. And that's the place they're playing with. It's really fascinating. According to analytic, ironically, these two are a lot closer to neurotic than they'd ever be comfortable confronting. I wish I could say that they clearly felt embarrassment or anxiety. I think they have too much confidence and ignorance at this point to say that. If they do, I'd really love to know that, and I'd love to know that they actually feel a little bit of, oh shit, we fucked up here, or fuck, I'd love to learn. I don't think they care. At this point, and it's after watching 5.5 hours of them reading this one book that I happen to know very well. I've done other stuff, but it's this one book. They've just consistently been arrogant and kind of mean and dismissive and intellectually incurious, all things that I have no tolerance for.
Or to just say it's
Luckily,
popular
we have
because
like 2
people are
minutes left.
stupid. It's random why it's popular. No. Art is popular. I don't think we have the privilege or the power to just say it's popular because people are stupid. It's random why it's popular. No. When something is popular, when it is...
They're not saying at any point that it's popular in society because people are stupid. They specifically did a video on this. They specifically say this is not the way to go about it. To talk about the people being tricked, they quote Reich. Reich survived World War II, and Reich was fascinated by how most people came away from World War II talking about the ideology of Nazism and how it tricked all of the people. For Reich, he looked at this and went, that just makes everyone feel better. When you look at the Nazis, like the Nazi Party or Germans who allowed it, and you go, oh, they were just either pure evil or tricked. That makes you feel better, because then you go, I'm too smart for that, because that's knowing someone else has been tricked. That's the thing you're saying. You're saying you're smart. You're saying you're not tricked. Makes you feel better. But for Reich, he said that's just deeply unsatisfying for him, because if that's the fact, then it means that everyone else knew the truth. It means that there's like a reality that we can point to, that we can say that's real or not, or this is good and this is bad. But sometimes we can be tricked via the exact same processes. This is just deeply unsatisfying. So for him, he started walking down the road of saying, can we break it up? And they do this. This is what this is about. As I say in my piece, it's very common today for everyone to want, and they even brought it up, oh, why did Trump voters vote for Trump? It's because they were tricked. We see it today. It's the same. I want to know how they got tricked and why they got tricked. We must decide their psyches. And it's like, no, like they voted for Trump because they saw him representing their interests. Now, whether they're mistaken or not, that we can have a debate about, for sure. Being mistaken is not the same thing as being tricked. We don't use the word mistaken for Trumpers. We talk about MAGAs as if they're tricked. Like, they're just too dumb. They're too stupid. That's not what we do. Their interests, if Kamala Harris represented their interests, they'd vote for Kamala Harris. She didn't. In a lot of ways. For some, because she was a woman, because she was of color, because she's from California, because of a bunch of stuff. But if she represented their interest, they'd vote, because that's how people work. People are not that interesting overall. They vote their interest. Now, how do people come to their interests, and how do they see their interests? And that's, for them, it's two parts. One is that people have and can have a revolutionary capacity. I would argue a lot of MAGAs have this. But the other half is that they have an investment in deeply conservative, keeping things the same. And not all of them. There's not all of them. But you have this weird thing, again, to bring it up, and I know I bring it up in every fucking time we talk about this, but the Jan 6 riots, I am not a statist. I don't really care. I don't like a lot of the things that happen. But the thing I enjoy the most of it is that you had people who were beating police with bats and destroying windows and crushing people, and then they walked through the Capitol without hurting anything, between velvet ropes without doing any damage or knocking it over. And I showed video. I have in my video on this. I have video of the guy who's like didn't step over. He's taking selfies and like bending over the velvet rope to get a good selfie because he doesn't want to step over the velvet rope. That's how not a revolutionary this guy was, despite having revolutionary fervor. That's a thing. You see it with people who voted for Dems too. Like, this is a human thing. This is a human thing. This is how this works. And so at the base, it's not about saying they were tricked. It's not about that they were fooled. It's not even that we had an illusion or anything. There's a lot more complexity going on in how we exist, and we need to have real material conversations about how these things happened. Tom was like, I'm voting day one, voting Trump as a protest. Hey, I have a whole bunch of issues with the vote, Tom, but that's not the point. I think you get what I'm saying. It's these things and how they are. It's not, people can be mistaken. They're going to be mistaken. People are mistaken on every side. There's no good answer. But the thing is, if we're going to sit and have conversations, and we're going to fuck up, and we do fuck up on this, and presume that the other side is under the illusion and just too stupid, or that they're always lying, or like these guys, that they're the enemy. That's it. You don't get to go, well, okay, what are the interests? A lot of them are racist, for sure. Given. A lot of them are sexist. A lot of them have misunderstandings about economics, but a lot of them have good understandings about economics. A lot of them are upset about the lives that they lead. A lot of them are bougie homeowners who are wanting to maintain the value in the house that they spent their lives working for. And we built a society in which they actually have interest in making sure that the value of their home is the number one thing, because it's their retirement, their kids' college, it's everything to them. And if they do something that destroys that value, everything goes to shit. Like, there's so many little concerns and big concerns and all kinds of things. It's totalizing anyone is just not good. Be nice to Wig, Tom. Be nice to Wig.
Stood the test of time. There's something there that makes it relevant. And you should at least try to understand what it is. It doesn't really make sense that Marxism should be as popular as it is. However, if we're going to be serious,
Marxism
we have to
really
try and unpack why that is. There is something in there they can't just dismiss, or you dismiss it at your peril, because it will just take a different form. It will evolve.
I don't even, this is, Marxism is, when Marx looks at capitalism, and I made this comment the other time, and I'm genuinely, Marx doesn't have a bad analysis of capitalism at all. People misunderstand Marx if they believe that, or they just don't care to even read it. Marx had a phenomenal take on capitalism because he wrote it and was lauded by the father of capitalism, Adam Smith, and by Ricardo and others who did incredible work on the early parts of how capitalism formed. In sense that the critique of capitalism is a critique. It isn't a criticism. There's a difference. He's trying to talk about, here are the parts that are shit. Like, here's the parts that are good. Here's the parts that are shit. Here's how the system works, and we need to figure this out. Here are the bad things. The bad things are how we basically have wealth extracted from us as part of the system. This is no good. There's a hyper-centralization in power because of the incentive structure that's built into it. This is no good. Marx had a whole bunch of really good shit to say. Stop saying Marx is stupid. God damn it.
Evolved. And what we're looking at here is Marxism that has evolved over the course of the 20th century, and it didn't fucking stop evolving, and it's still being reworked right now by Marxist intellectuals because for some fucking reason, I guess it's still relevant, and maybe we can actually understand what that is and not let it just keep mutating until, maybe these people end up in power someday. Maybe you get a JD Vance who wasn't raised on Vitalist Substacks or whatever the fuck. Maybe he was raised on this stuff, and that's a real problem. So that's why, you know, I'm into it. Or I think people should at least try.
Yeah, absolutely, and we should absolutely be the ones to try and make sense of it, because
JD Vance is not a hero of Appalachia. It's one of the great, amazing things I've been continually stunned at, and I think it's, you know, none of my family from the area believes any of the shit he says, despite people still voting for him, whatever. But he's not a hero of Appalachia. He's been Peter Thiel's fucking bitch for years. He's right out of college becoming a partner at one of the top capital firms in the country. That's the true Appalachian experience, I guess.
when someone says, "Oh, this is the way to look at the world," well, you kind of have to understand, what does that mean? And that's kind of why we're here, to answer that question. Like, well, you know, it's in this
JD
book.
Vance is not a Silicon Valley tool. Everyone in Appalachia is part of Peter Thiel's fucking fund, and a partner who's invested over $10 to $20 million personally into multiple things. Of course.
Look, that's what we mean by that. It's like, well, do you even
Didn't you meet your wife in Princeton?
read it? And it's a play on words, but also at the same time, you know, we actually do want to understand these things. But there was a super chat that came in from Cal of Night for 2-4. Don't blame you. That's why you're here, and we appreciate it. But I think that I think that the book that we'll read for next month, and take it seriously.
We're done there. We're done there. That's gonna be it for me. This is too much. They are too much. They tire me. Good Lord. Good Lord. Aren't they a lot? Whole thing. It's I'm glad to be done. The challenge with all of these things is that, once again, I'll say the number one thing. Things that are difficult are difficult. And you have to put in work before you can do it. Let's take my hero, Elon Musk. He showed us, through his example of pillars of eternity, right? He showed us that if you don't actually play the game, and instead you pay someone to, and you claim it for yourself over the course of weeks and weeks that you're the best ever, then when you actually get the chance to show it, you're a hilarious mistake. His brilliant piece of art, and it was performance art, it showed us that really what life is about is understanding all of the processes that we are taking part in, and understanding where our limitations do exist, and that we have in us the power to expand them directly. If one comes to something that's difficult, don't give up. Understand you're not meant to do the difficult thing out of the gate. Take baby steps. Read Plato. Read symbolic logic. Read light things and make your way through to Kant, to Spinoza. If you were to come to a very complex paper on nuclear physics, wouldn't go, well, this is garbage because I don't understand it. You go, well, I just don't know enough. You'd spend time learning. You can do it over the course of years. Not everyone has to know everything, and you don't have to read everything. But putting in the time is important. When I worked in kitchens, when I was a chef, I started when I was 15 washing dishes and cooking at McDonald's. And then I made my way to IHOP, wash dishes, clean tables, and wait tables. Then Ruby Tuesdays, where I did early morning prep, then I made my way to fry cook at Chili's. Slowly made my way up to ending up at a pretty decent restaurant where chef quit, and I got sort of backwards, fell into, most of my life is backwards falling, but I knew how everything worked because I needed to. First job, same thing. This is the reality of life, is that you have to learn to do the things before you can take the big strides. And philosophy, for some reason, is the thing people think they can just skip all the other steps. Everything else, we don't expect that. We don't pretend like a guy could go play in a Major League Baseball game after never having thrown a pitch. We don't presume that you can go to a a summit on cybersecurity, having never coded a thing or even knowing what pen testing is, thinking that it means that you're making sure that your ballpoint isn't out of ink. These we don't do. Philosophy isn't different. There's a real learned necessity to understanding the way these people write, what they're writing about, and the history of it, the legwork they did necessary for you to do. If you come at something that's difficult and you act and treat it like these guys treated this, you deserve the ridicule, quite honestly, and you should be embarrassed. This is no good. If you come across something difficult and you ask for help, you should be helped. That's it. And that's, I think where I'll leave it, because the reality is that this is what we created the QC for, is to help. I hope it has explained a handful of things to one or two of you. If you like what I do, if you care about such things, if you're interested in any of these things, please join the Quarantine Collective, our Discord, discord.gg/DGQC. Give a subscription here, give a like, all that fun stuff, send a super chat, do a membership, whatever. Patreon.com/DGQC as well. I'm around and I will be streaming again much more regularly. See you in a couple days. Tuesday, tomorrow, noon Pacific, my time. We do Anti-Oedipus every week. So if you'd like to actually join our slow reading of this book that these fools really didn't spend the time with, you're more than welcome to. It will be on our YouTube regardless. And I thank you. Please take care of each other and yourself. And do remember, have a little bit of humility.